from the safest virtual city that we are, alhamdulillah, as well blessed in that regard. Our leadership have set that goal of being those safest city across many of those aspects, and this is what we've seen across our smart cities. All of those cities are moving towards smart nations, smart cities. All sectors have adapted digital transformation and used so many of those technologies. That includes Internet of Things, cloud computing, quantum computing, as a matter of fact, artificial intelligence, as well as blockchains to do many of those transactions. And this is what we are, as a matter of fact, really working in continuing doing. We have partnered with great partners, and I'm sure you've seen outside so many of those great partners who are actually helping and providing their technologies, edge technologies that allows us to adapt that. Now, from a policing perspective, from a national security perspective, many attacks are really using these smart cities in order to build up vulnerability against them, to exploit those vulnerabilities, and to take down some of those infrastructures. And this is, as a matter of fact, one snapshot of what's happening in the whole UAE. We've been under attack and continuing under attack, if not the most top 5 nations that are actually under attack. We have more than 200,000 attacks on a daily basis, and this is on average, depending on many of those aspects that we actually have, depending on the geopolitical things that happens around us, depending on many of the events. For example, we have the visit of President Trump, and many of those, you will see there are many of those attacks, not only on the infrastructure itself, but on the social media. Those who follow those social media, they will see the misinformation, the disinformation, and many of those aspects that's happening across there. Those attacks, from a cybersecurity perspective, varies. Some of it DDoS, some of it ransomware, some of it scam and fraud, some of it, as a matter of fact, APT. And this is what keeps us always at night up in order to detect as well as proactively respond to many of those attacks. And this is what we've seen, as a matter of fact, across many of those infrastructures. Some of those attacks leverage the 0 days, leverage the exploits, using AI in order to find a new vulnerability exploitable into many of those networks. And that's why we're trying to really fulfill those aspects from those 3 categories of threats. The first threat categories we all know is the cybercrime. That includes deepfake, that includes fraud, that includes scam, that includes impersonations, that includes many of those things that we actually seen across many of our infrastructures. Alhamdulillah, our policing entities working day and night in order to ensure all of those are responded for. There is a great legislation that actually governs many of those attacks. At the same time, there is the other attack that we all as well know about, which is cyber terrorism. And this is where the radicalization comes. This is where many of misinformation and disinformation comes, using and leveraging many of the social media. And you would definitely have seen many of taking down critical infrastructures recently, be it in Europe, and taking down the power energy grid in that perspective, or a simple update like the CrowdStrike update that takes down so many of the aviation systems and the airlines in this perspective. It's considered from that cyber terrorism with your supply chain and ensuring many of this legitimacy happened in this perspective. And the third type of threats is cyber warfare. And I'm sure you've seen the geopolitical aspects happening across us and the importance of really ensuring and securing our infrastructures. Many of those geopolitical aspects, they want to take over some of your infrastructures and pivot some attacks into other nations. Well, that's what we've seen. Well, that's what we are, alhamdulillah, really working in order to ensure. So definitely those attacks will impact our stability, impact our economy, impact our national security. And this is where the leverage of partnership, the leverage of working with government entities, multilateral entities, as well as even in the nation itself. And this is where you see great bodies here working with us in order to take down many of those infrastructures and respond to many of those aspects. Cybercrime by itself affected more than, last year, $9.4 trillion in cost. And this year expected and estimated to reach up to $10 trillion in cost. And these from fraud, from scams, from many of those. Lately, for example, the Ethereum heist that actually took down more than 1.3, 1.4 billion in that perspective. And that's why what makes this even more complex is the AI. As we use AI for protection, others uses AI for attack. And this is what we actually have seen. Definitely, there are so many solutions, and I'm sure if you step outside, you see those solutions, and you see how AI is actually adapted in many of those things happening. That snapshot I show from our SOC, as a matter of fact, focuses on our AI SOC, or national SOC, the NSOC. Well, this is where we have so many agentic agents that are actually help us in doing, be it scanning, be it pen testing, be it reverse engineering, being malware analysis, all of it in an automated manner. Well, that's, alhamdulillah, what we are working with so many entities to achieve those AI tools. Gives us efficiency, gives us accuracy, gives us speed, gives us many of this analysis and pattern recognitions in a type of attack. And at the same time, actually works in an autonomous as well as works in efficient way, which helps us as an analyst, which helps us as, again, a national security aspects, and augment us in that perspective. And definitely quantum is coming, more computing, more power. Qubits will help in actually expanding many of those aspects. It will break many of those encryptions. And this is why, alhamdulillah, we announced last year the post-quantum policy, which actually focuses on adapting many of those post-quantum and ensuring those quantum, alhamdulillah, is actually used in this perspective. We live in a world that is connected. We live in a world that will continue adapting many of those technologies and definitely working in order to enhance this connectivity and work together in expanding that partnership. But with that, definitely the attacks are also continuing, and many of these attacks will adapt AI, will adapt many of those aspects. Legislations on the world today, except for the Global Cybercrime Convention or Budapest Convention or some of those international type of laws, there is no one governs law that actually focuses on data privacy or focuses on many of the international laws of armed conflict or the use of those AI and robotics in this regard. That's why there are gaps. Definitely, there are things that we could actually overcome with the great partnership we have. This is some of the examples and case studies that we actually worked in that regard and continuing working to enhance many of this relationship. One of those attacks focuses on infiltrating someone or some of those, again, crypto firms. And I'm sure you've heard of Ethereum, and the attack happened there. Now, taking down this always takes time. Taking down many of this will always actually work in this perspective. Phishing is still one of the major type of attacks, as a matter of fact, that starts from the weakest link, which is the human. And that social engineering will always be number one type of deceiving that we see across many of this. However, it costs us so much. And this is why we always leverage the cybersecurity culture and the awareness and working together with everybody in order to spread that awareness. Critical infrastructure is our essence of life. When we speak about energy, electricity, water, aviation, education, healthcare, all of those sectors to us is very important. It is the essence of our life, and saving them and basically securing them is very important to us. And all of those technologies depends on OT. Alhamdulillah, with our national SOC, the NSOC, working with many of those OT and IT and adapting technology in order to fulfill those aspects. Some of those attacks focuses on the PLC or even ICS and many of those energy type of sectors. Well, alhamdulillah, we conduct many of those training in order to do a cyber attack drills to leverage and enhance such security. Other one focuses on the cryptocurrencies and the demixing of many of those crypto wallets and how we actually coordinate with many of those entities to achieve and attribute this wallet to whoever is actually working on that aspect. So alhamdulillah, with the great relationship, we actually depend and work on this perspective. There is as well many of the characteristics that we've seen on the data privacy for people. And I'm sure with the great social media platforms and everybody applications that actually, some of it legitimate, some of it just being there to collect your data, have caused so many harm to so many entities, as a matter of fact, and people. People privacy, and based on our national data law, privacy, alhamdulillah, is working to protect the people's data. Well, that's our main goal. This is where we, again, ensure and spread the awareness of using such data. DDoS, whoever follows last week, for example, and even continuing until today, we've been hit with so many of those DDoS, like alhamdulillah, with the great relationship and with the great platforms that we have that counters such DDoS aspects, and continuing with this noisy attack. So what do we do in that perspective? We as UAE, and as well as alhamdulillah, the great global partnership that we have. One of these entities or one of these things that we do is the partnership. This event, alhamdulillah, World Police Summit, is bringing all of those great minds together in order to discuss and address some of those attacks. In order to ensure stability, in order to ensure national security, as well as critical infrastructure protection, in order to work together in building such relationship and use technologies to actually leverage and help us in achieving our goals in an efficient time, as well as in an accuracy in that perspective. We, from a national cybersecurity strategy, have already set up that national strategy, which focuses on 5 main pillars. One of it is to build capacity, reskilling or upskilling, many of those, alhamdulillah, capacity building of the people, as well as building technologies that are actually focuses on our mission in this perspective. We, as we learn in UAE, we innovate because of the great 200 nationalities we have, because of the great SMEs as well as partners that we actually work on this. So one of the major pillars of our cybersecurity strategy is to innovate. The third pillar is our passion, is to protect and defend. Well, that's what we are, alhamdulillah. We do it with everybody in this perspective, working in a national partnership and international partnership, and that's where it takes us to the partnership pillar. We cannot do any of those aspects without partnering, without really working together and really ensuring and sharing many of this information. You know, those attacks actually crosses borders. Those attacks with the complexity of AI have added great complexity in this aspect, and this is where, alhamdulillah, with the great help of those agents and AI platforms, that we are able to not only demix some of those cryptocurrencies, but attribute many of it, alhamdulillah, to a specific attack actors. And definitely the governance and the policies is one of the major important things. And alhamdulillah, here in UAE, with the agility of those governance, with the agility of those policies, we continue to enhance those policies with the partnership. Many of these policies, be it focuses on the SOC, SOPs, for example, or the CONOPS that we do in an incident response, all the way to strategies of quantum, as we'll be actually releasing one, the encryption policy that we use, the cloud security policies that we have, the IoT security in that perspective, the blockchain, many of those, alhamdulillah, and continuing enhancing them and updating them as we go. AI become one of the major things, and this is where we also have an AI for good or AI, responsible AI design, in addition to the ethics umbrella of AI and how to use many of those, alhamdulillah, aspects. Those national policies or many of those risk assessment aspects that we do definitely enhance our information assurance platform, where we do many of those compliance check across many of the entities, alhamdulillah, continuing with our great partners in that perspective. Great capabilities, have automation, have AI agents, have many of this, alhamdulillah, what we see, and all embedded into this. And there are great partners who actually helped us in order to achieve this and continuing enhancing it as we progress. And one of the major things that we are actually working is the cyber pulse. And this is where we need to spread the cybersecurity culture across the whole community. We in UAE have called this year, based on the leadership vision, the year of community, the year of society. And this is where we need that society to be our fairest line of defense. Alhamdulillah, working with the society in that cyber pulse, in that spreading of cyber culture, is one of the major things that we do. We do it with the communities, we do it with the entities, we do it with, alhamdulillah, government entities, SMEs, and private sectors. And our goal is to spread the cyber security culture across many of those entities. Alhamdulillah, recently, for example, the AI was introduced to be in the curriculum of the Ministry of Education, which has, again, a great impact as well to many of the educational sectors that we have, which added a cyber security part as well in this aspects. There are also cyber drills. Last week in JISEC, I'm sure many of you, alhamdulillah, attended and seen the largest cyber exercise, where we had more than 133 nations all coordinating together, working together under one umbrella, which is protecting the nations or the globe from any of those attacks. Alhamdulillah, we've seen great scenarios, great engagement, and continuing in doing many of those aspects. Also, our people, the human factor to us is the #1 priority, where we need to enhance their capabilities, their abilities, as well as reskilling and upskilling in many of those aspects, be it the technical people or be it the younger generation who are actually working on many of those aspects. Also, the incubator and accelerators that we need to focus on SMEs, on startups, on building joint ventures with so many partners. Alhamdulillah, we have more than last week 150 startups who are actually working and continuing, alhamdulillah, enhancing this great relationship and coming to market with great solutions, and AI had helped in building that. This is INSOC, and this is where we connect so many sectors, more than 14, 15 sectors already connected from IT as well as from OT, to give us visibility of any of those attacks that comes or perpetrated against UAE, as well as to share many of this information across our partners globally as well as nationally. Crystal Ball is another initiative. We did it with the White House under the US, and it has more than 70 nations. And the platform, which is actually an AI platform for sharing information, alhamdulillah, Interpol, for example, as well as many of the policing entities are part of this, which adds great intelligence in many of those aspects. It is not only looking for IOCs or TTPs from any of the cyber attacks, but also it's actually add to you an LLM model that analyze all of these attacks happening and gives you a very attribution as well as deterrence factors. And that's what we are actually, alhamdulillah, working with the Counter Ransomware Initiative. Technology will continue evolving with us. And that's what will take us to fifth industrial revolutions or even beyond that. Technology will always be a great added value to us all if we use it in the right way. And knowing that there are other entities who abuse this technology or use it for the bad way, and this is where we need to be proactively ready in actually countering many of those attacks. And the most important way of doing and being and building that readiness is partnership. And this is why we are here definitely to extend our arms and partner with everybody in order to proactively detect many of those attacks and reactively work with responding and investigating many of those attacks to really take down those infrastructures and attribute many of those attacks. So our message is clear and simple. Let's spread the cybersecurity culture. Let's partner and work together in really taking down any of those adversaries who want harm in this technology. I hope you will find, inshallah, this event greatly beneficial to you all. We thank you very much and honored to be with you again. Thank you.
to actionable, to timely and actionable and meaningful information and intelligence that is specific to the aviation security domain is absolutely key. Technology, and every person has become a reporter now with a mobile phone, reporting and posting and publishing events globally. What is the key is cutting through the noise, is understanding what's credible, what is misinformation, or what information is being pushed out there in order to misguide the public opinion. So my advice here to organizations, be it governments or private sector, is to have capabilities, to develop capabilities to detect credible and actionable intelligence and information that helps you to make decision to protect civil aviation against act of interference. Having access to information and having protocol to determine what to do with this information, how to handle it. How do you turn this intelligence into information? How do you put it on a methodical risk assessment that identifies the threat, looks into the likelihood of that threat materializing, looks into the impact or the consequence of that particular threat, looks into the inherent risk. What does that mean for us? Look into the controls that we have in place to bring that threat down or the risk down to an acceptable level. Look into the treatments. What controls are we going to put in, what additional treatments are we going to put in place to bring that risk further down to a level that enables us to operate safely? And finally, to assess and determine the residual risk, which is the final risk score that helps us understand. We know there is a threat, we know there is vulnerability, but we also know that we have some strong defenses. So we can make a decision whether to operate or not to operate, or to guide our next action.
Thank you very much, Hani. Strong viewpoint. Thank you very much for that. I believe we have 2 minutes. I will give you one open question for 30 seconds for each, which is a question for me linked to our challenges, especially in many regions, like in Africa also. Many regions are at different levels of implementing key technologies like API PNR, biometric screening, integrated surveillance systems. How can global cooperation help to bridge these capability gaps? Franklin.
Yeah, thank you.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I'll say that without technology, we cannot enhance security. And so the use of technology is even encouraged by the International Civil Aviation Organization, that states must, under Section 2.5 of the Annex 17, under innovation, research and development, countries are encouraged to use technology to be able to detect and combat crime. Now, systems like the API and the PNR is even mandatory for all states to implement. And so, like I said earlier on, we must cooperate to learn from the other states. Most states are implementing like the API, PNR, and other surveillance systems to combat crime. The less privileged countries must cooperate with the advanced countries to learn from them and be able to implement such systems. I will end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simon.
So I'd just make 2 points here. I think the first thing is for countries and organisations to understand the balance between the competitive advantage that they may be seeking to have versus the sharing of that information that provides wider benefit. And that through effectively whether it be a database or knowledge sharing capability around what works and the effective use and application of such equipment to be able to prioritise activity accordingly.
Thank you very much. Laxman.
Thank you, Jamil. I will try to just bring in a quick perception that aviation is highly regulated. So when you say aviation is highly regulated, it's quick for somebody to say, so the police must not be worried about what is happening at airports. But I want to throw in a point here to say there is a crime displacement theory, which says if you are more worried about what is happening in communities where people are living, and you don't look at what is happening at the airports, crime is slowly displacing towards the other areas, which are now perceived as low risk in terms of detection, in terms of arrest. So my quick perception, I'm not running away from the question, is I'm saying the police should be more worried now with what is happening in aviation, and they must come to the party, and we must protect and defend aviation. Thank you.
Yeah. Hani, it will be another question for you to close the session. What message will you give to national policymakers and police leadership about why aviation security must be treated as a priority for national and international security? You may jump in, Simon, on this question, but we don't have the time. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Jamal. So air carriers and airlines carry state names. And we've learned over time that terrorists or those that are keen to cause harm to the industry target national carriers to inflict harm to states and countries. Advice I would offer to police agencies and national civil aviation authorities is to ensure we have an integrated risk management framework. Integrated is a program that works, a collaborative program that exists between regulators, national civil aviation authorities, police agencies, intelligence services, airports, and airlines through a protocol to ensure information sharing exists, actions are being taken, intelligence that is received to the intelligence agencies is translated in the police agencies in order to offer it to operators, enable them to take action. Intelligence is not a privilege, it's a necessity to share with the private sector and the entire aviation ecosystem to ensure appropriate and accurate decisions for the interest of the states are taken.
Thank you very much, Hani. Thank you very much, panelists, for sharing your insights and thoughts. Thank you, audience, for your attention, and round of applause to my panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our panelists and moderator for a great and insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, for a better audio experience, kindly use the headset available on your seats.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم وفي هذه الدورة الرابعة للقمة الشرطية العالمية، اليوم نحن ولأول مرة محاور تهتم بأمن وسلامة الطيران المدني. اليوم نتواجد مع خبراء، مع فنيين، مع مهتمين بتأمين الطيران، بأمن وسلامة الطيران. إذا تحدثنا عن أمن الطيران فالكل يشارك في هذه المهمة اللي من خلالها دعم الاقتصاد، واللي من خلالها أيضا تأمين أرواح الناس، من خلالها تأمين الممتلكات، من خلالها النهوض بكافة الأعمال التطويرية من خلال التعاون الدولي في هذا المجال. لابد أن في مجال الأمن لابد أن احنا نهتم في التدريب، نهتم في تبادل المعلومات. نحن كعائلة واحدة في مجال الطيران المدني همومنا أن نحن دائما نركز في عملية الحماية، في عملية التصدي. اليوم نحن نفكر في أشياء مع التطور التكنولوجي أيضا اللي في عندهم أغراض لابد أن نحن نواجههم بالتكنولوجيا في أمور تتعلق بالتعاون الدولي في مجال التدريب، في مجالات السرية، في مجالات تتبع الأشخاص اللي تسول لهم أنفسهم أنهم يكونون في تحدي أمامكم أنتم كمهتمين في هذا المجال وكمهتمين بأمن وسلامة الطيران المدني. أعتقد ولأول مرة تكون المحاور هذه مع الخبراء المتواجدين في هذه القمة العالمية الشرطية، فهذا هو إنجاز يحسب لكل من اهتم وشارك وسعى أن هذه المحاور وفي هذا اليوم تأتي بنتائجها إن شاء الله الإيجابية. النتائج الإيجابية هذه بتخدم الجميع. اليوم الممارسات لابد أن نحن نطلع على أفضل الممارسات، لابد أن نحن نتشارك الآراء والمعلومات وكل ما يتعلق في هذا المجال على أساس أن نحن نبني منظومة عالمية أمنية تهتم بأمن وسلامة الطيران المدني. أشكركم جميعا وأنا سعيد بتواجدي معاكم وبينكم، واسمحوا لي على الإطالة. وفقكم الله إن شاء الله في ما تسعون إليه من أجل الحفاظ على أمن وسلامة الطيران المدني، وكلنا نستخدم هذه الوسيلة، فلا بد أن نحن جميعا نشارك في عملية تأمينها وتأمين أرواح الناس والممتلكات. وشكرا.
We would like to thank Major General Ali Atij Billahaj, Assistant General Commander for Ports Affairs, for his valuable insights. Next, we will hear of valuable lessons learned from serious airport attacks in Moscow, Brussels, and Istanbul. Please welcome Mr. Lena Kolesnikova, Security Crisis Management Expert, and Mr. Simon De Block, Director, Airport Police, Federal Police, Belgium. They will be sharing critical insights on security protocols, emergency responses, and recovery. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, how to work? I press and it doesn't.
This is forward, and this is backward, and this is the pointer.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I was invited to share lessons learned and best practices after 3 attacks at the airports. But at the beginning, I want to start about current situation, about assessment of current situation. We have to say that most of international airports now are based on risk-driven approach, which is good, because before terrorist attack in Moscow, so we saw mostly incident-driven approach when, after some events, the security protocols or even legislation was changed because of incident. So unfortunately, we still have long waiting lines of people in most of the airports, despite of development of technologies. And we have to say that these people, the crowds, are the target for terrorists. So, and unfortunately as well, arrival and departure information helps terrorists to attack certain nation, ethnic groups, and religious groups. We see many airports are turning into gigantic malls and recreational centers. So we have many shops, hotels, not only in secured area, but also in non-secure area. And of course, that leads to presence of many personnel, a lot of people, and people who are on the shift basis or temporary basis, season basis, and that makes it very difficult either to check them on security level, but also the flow of these people. So the number of these people make this pretty challengeable for security. And as Peter mentioned in his presentation, so it also leads to insider threat, not only on insider who could provide help to terrorists, but who can help to criminal organizations. If we are talking about Europe, we have many airports which combine also other modes of transportation, bus stations, train stations, and of course not all of them aligned with security of airports, and also most of them were built in times when the requirements for security were different. And of course we have new challenges. Innovation created possibilities to remotely control devices, observe areas subjected to attack, and to give directions to attacker without local presence. Probably you know that this pattern, so command and control of terrorist attack, was already done at Moscow Crocus City Hall when command and control was far from the place of the attack, and so the command and control was in real time. Then, of course, we have drones. We have Internet of Things, so it could be possible to perform the attack with the use of things which are controlled by someone distantly from the airport. And of course, the new challenges, the new technologies which will come. So probably you know that there are very significant researches about possibility of controlling devices with the use of neurobiology knowledge. So when your brain control devices, so that could be a challenge. And today I would like to talk about lessons lessons learned and best practices after 3 terrorist attacks. I won't talk a lot about Zaventem because we have a presentation next after me, but I will just concentrate on some behavior patterns because I was asked about lessons learned on behavior detection. So you see the details about terrorist attack at Domodedovo airport. So the terrorist was observed by many people in arrival hall, and particularly by taxi drivers who noticed his obsession with one person. Probably he had in his head the idea that he wants to be blown next to this person. So it means that it means that people notice his presence, and you see that Domodedovo already had metal detectors and all equipment which was installed in entrance of the airport, but equipment was deactivated because there were many people and security personnel considered that the crowds of people are target for terrorists, so they deactivated the equipment. So we have Zaventem airport attack. What is unusual about behavior of terrorists? So, of course, that's known after the event. So they had very heavy suitcases, but there were no hand luggage with them. So they used separate trolleys, despite of the idea that they were traveling together. And you see here again we have the pattern that the arrival and departure information helps terrorists, so they came to the counters of Brussels Airlines and American Airlines. Atatürk attack. We have to say that Atatürk Airport introduced metal detectors after the Domodedovo attack, and actually detectors in front of the entrance were called the Domodedovo approach. So they were activated, but that's only pushed perimeter, so the shooting started in front of the scanners and then continued into terminal, and there were explosions. Which patterns we see? First of all, of course, that this is a composition, the same composition of all 3 attacks. So penetration to the crowded areas, information about flights were used, and the foreign victims were chosen. Then we have another pattern that in all 3 attacks, attackers either belong to one family or they are close friends, which of course that makes very difficult to stop the attack, because we can say that such type of attack is practically as lone wolf attacks. Then we have a presence of another terrorist on the site, either as observers or as finishers. Then we see that behavior of all these people were noticed by others, and that's interesting that we see in 2 attacks that taxi drivers as people who noticed attack. Another thing is, of course, that the buildings, the design of buildings helped to increase the number of victims. So we still have many buildings with presence of glass, and glass, of course, increase the cross-contamination, as we can say it. after all the three attacks, we see either approach that some airports prefer the visual security, so many people in uniform, so either police officers or military, or airports prefer security in plain clothes. So I think that it could be good to have a balance of that. So again, it's a real necessity to have more technologies on control of luggage on go mode. So when people just approach to the building, and of course that could be very good with a combination of behavioral detection or behavioral analysis. But we'll have presentation later. But I want to stress again that when we are talking about behavioral analysis, we usually talk about security personnel, but in two cases we see that there were taxi drivers who noticed unusual behavior. I think that we can say that people who work on counters could be also involved, and also people who work on parking lots of the airports. So some airports, of course, introduce near invisible protective rings when they have layers of security, but we are going to have presentation about that, how Zaventem is doing that. But there could be also these old solutions, but with a new angle. So you see that air company Airflot, a Russian air company, they invested into mobile canine teams, but these dogs are unique because it's not actually dogs, it's a breed mixed jackal and Laika and Siberian Husky. So such hybrid allows those dogs to detect old smells, old traces, and also such dogs can detect human explosives, so explosives which are implanted into human body, and also those dogs can operate in either very, very cold weather, very cold temperatures, but also very hot temperatures, plus 50 degrees. Then it could be interesting to introduce, but I think that some airports already use artificial intelligence because we can combine, we can observe not only terrorists separately as humans, but we can use algorithms to observe terrorists in a certain environment. So terrorist plus luggage plus environment. So that could be a solution. Then I think we'll have more development in 3D imagery, so for checking luggage. And of course, it's particularly the lessons learned about the terrorist attack in Domodedovo, so we need stronger relations between airports and regulators, because Domodedovo was in private hands. So, and I will show you, it's the end, I will show that the Airflot new breed of dog, so it's a mix of Jackal and Siberian Husky, so looks bizarre, but works wonderfully. But I think they have only 7 or 8 dogs because it's pretty difficult to breed such dogs. So I was trying to be quicker for having time, and then maybe for questions.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Simon de Block. I'm currently the director of the airport police in Belgium, a member of the federal police, and at the time of the Brussels attacks, I was an investigator at the criminal division of the federal criminal police. and was mainly in charge of the victims. So I understood I stand between you and the coffee break. So as my wife would say, make your point, be to the point. So I will do my best to be to the point. It's a very bad start.
This is forward and this is back.
Okay. So you cannot be a specialist in everything. So what happened on March 22 in 2016? We had 2 attacks in Brussels. The first one at 7:58 at Brussels airport, 2 blasts. And then the second one at 9/11 in Brussels downtown, nearby the European Commission. So 16 people died in Brussels airport, and then 16 people died on the spot in the subway attack in Brussels downtown. So since then, 3 people passed away because they couldn't recover from their wounds. And obviously, we have hundreds of people wounded, and the 2 main terrorists have been convicted for 30 and 20 years, and they are currently serving their terms in prison. You have to know, by the way, that those 2 terrorists have been convicted in Brussels, but in Paris as well for the Paris attacks because they were involved in both attacks. So briefly, the 2 explosions at the main terminal at Brussels airport. This is a picture of the Brussels airport at that time. We have a brand new terminal currently, and they are still working on it to secure the site. But you can see, as Lina explained, we had the 2 explosions in the main terminal. The first one on the right side of the slide, and the second one on the left side of the slide. Look at the infrastructure, the parking lot, the kiss and drive, because I will comment this in a few seconds. What happened after the attacks? Obviously, we had the criminal investigation, as I mentioned, and we had, secondly, a parliamentary commission. And obviously, they took a lot of conclusions, and they made a lot of recommendations for the airport police to put a couple of things in place to secure the site and to avoid such attacks in the future. So the first things we did were to implement the theory of the rings of security, and therefore we went overseas to get information from the best. So the rings of security means you have to put in place 4 layers of rings. The first one is the access road, and the second one is the parking and the railroad station, as you see before. So it was actually the site before the attacks. Now the access road, the curb, and the kiss and drive have been moved to avoid people to come too close from the terminal. Then you have to secure the airport buildings and the border between landside and airside. How we do that? We put in place all the techniques, visible and invisible, that Lina mentioned before in her presentation. We use behavior detection officers as well. I learned yesterday from the excellent presentation from John Romero that they use behavior detection in the virtual world. We do just the same in the real world. It's quite simple. Actually, it's just to assess the baseline. What is your baseline in the real world in an airport? It's not that complicated. That's something you do and I do every day without thinking about it. Just a quick example. The first day of the summit, I checked in on my hotel and I wanted to stretch my legs and I wanted to go to the gym. I was in my sport outfit with my room card in my hand, and I was actually stopped by a member of the staff from the hotel in the lobby asking, gentlemen, where are you going to? I'm going to the gym. It fits perfectly the situation, the baseline, because I'm a client, I can show my card in my hand, and I'm in my sport outfit. So it's not a problem, I fit within the situation. That's actually behavior detection. It has nothing to do with race, color, skin, language, or whatsoever. Then the choice we made in Belgium is to secure the border between landside and airside and to use private security. So the police are not responsible to secure the border between landside and airside. We use private companies. And of course, it's a transversal manner. We have to use intelligence, but the right intelligence. Like my excellent colleague Peter B. said yesterday, we face a tsunami of information. We need intelligence, and we don't need a tsunami of information. We need information turned into intelligence. And one key issue is, at the time of the airport tax in Belgium, one of the basic principles was the need to know. Do you need to know this information? No, the current paradigm is the need to share. We need to share intelligence with the key partners. The second thing we put in place was a security plan for airport. So that plan was signed in 22, is currently under evaluation, and we will probably maintain the plan. We will probably make some arrangements in the structures, because we came to the conclusion after 3 years that the structure and the organization are probably much too complicated. But we put that plan in place all together with all the partners of the airport. We used data, facts and figures, and we organized a strategic seminar to organize the plan all together. It was not a plan by and for the police, it's a plan for all the main partners within airport of Brussels. What is actually in the scope of this plan? It's a comprehensive approach to security. It's integrated into a multidisciplinary approach, and in cooperation with the private sector. So as I said before, all the partners are involved in that plan. So not only the police forces, but also the customs, the prosecutor's office, and as I mentioned, the private sector, and more particularly the company running the airport, Brussels Airport Company. And the main purpose of this plan is to make sure that everyone is driving or flying in the same direction, to build trust, confidence, and to share intelligence within the partners. What is not in the scope, that is aviation safety. As mentioned before, you have the appropriate organization and authorities to ensure aviation safety. And what's not in the scope, it's emergency planning and crisis management. Why is that not in the scope? Because in Belgium, we do have the processes and the structures to ensure emergency planning and crisis management. So it was actually redundant to make a new plan for the same reasons. So, as I mentioned, we determined all together the priorities areas to work on. First of all, import and export of drugs. That is currently, and we didn't know that at that time in 22, but now in 25, it's the item number 1 in Belgium and probably in other parts of the world. Then radicalization, violent extremism and terrorism, obviously, because we don't want a second attack in an airport in Belgium. Illegal economies. What is that? For instance, we have illegal wrappers. So, you know, when you fly overseas, you can wrap your baggage with a plastic film to secure your luggage. We have illegal wrappers in Brussels Airport. That's actually completely illegal because they don't pay a fair pay for the employees, they don't pay social security, and so on and so on. So that's completely illegal. We can work on it. Traffic issues and traffic-related environmental news. People forget when they are driving to an airport and when they are entering the kiss and drive. Yes, until you stop, you have to buckle up. Don't drink alcohol. Don't smoke a joint when you are driving. Yes, it's the case on an airport too. So that's what we can do as well. So we are competent for traffic issues. Airport crime. Airport crime is actually working on all types of crimes committed or facilitated by the airport community. And actually, I want to refer to what I can see here on all badges. It's actually working on the people wearing a badge. So it's actually literally going beyond the badge. And just to give you an example, not less than last week, we had a joint operation in the cargo zone working on people smuggling illegal goods from the cargo zone within Brussels, within the territory, and obviously those people were not covered by social security. So it was a joint actions. That's the kind of operations we can conduct all together. And the last one is illegal entry, document fraud, and identity fraud. As a border police, obviously, we work on the booth to ensure a secure border, but we can conduct gate controls even within the European flights. So all that types of activities are conducted by the different partners of the plan. Everybody has the same voice on the board. I have a voice, the prosecutor's office has a voice, the customs have a voice, so I'm not better or stronger than someone else. The purpose of this plan is to ensure that we can work all together in our field of competencies. I'm not a custom, I'm not a prosecutor, and they are not the police. So that's actually the purpose of this plan. And obviously, again, the conclusion we took and the recommendation we put in place is to work on intelligence. And so my wish is to put in place an intelligence center all together with the partners and even with the private sector if it's possible. So that's actually paramount. And on that point, I said for the behavior detection, we traveled overseas. For the rings of security, we traveled overseas. Don't forget to benchmark. And that's the reason why we came to Dubai and Abu Dhabi in November 24. And again, we went to the best to learn from the best. And it was very interesting to get insight from Dubai police last year in November 24. So that's actually the security plan in a nutshell. I don't know whether you have questions or whether you prefer to have a coffee. If I were you, I would prefer the coffee. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, our speakers, for sharing experiences that help strengthen the airport security. We'll now take a short break. Kindly be back at your seats by 11. Thank you so much.
لخطر الاتجار بالمخدرات. السؤال هنا: ما الذي يجب القيام به لمكافحة تهريب المخدرات في المحيط الهادئ؟ في حوار صريح حول مستقبل هذه المعركة نستكشف استراتيجيات متنوعة، بدءا من تعزيز أمن الحدود وصولا إلى تمكين المجتمعات المحلية وتعزيز التعاون الدولي. سنناقش ما يلزم لاستعادة المحيط الهادئ من قبضة تجار المخدرات. يدير هذه الجلسة السيد جوليان بيناكو، المنسق التنفيذي أمانة رؤساء شرطة جزر المحيط الهادئ، فليتفضل مشكورا، ولاستضافة السادة المتحدثين.
Assalamu alaikum. What a great opportunity to bring a bit of the Pacific to Dubai. This morning we are glad to bring you a panel on Paradise Under Siege. Unfortunately, evidence supports that the Pacific's vulnerability to drug trafficking is increasing. This is posing significant challenges for the Pacific region. So what needs to be done to combat drug trafficking in the Pacific? Our panel will have a candid conversation this morning about the cause, the impact, what is being done regionally to mitigate the threat, and the future fight to reclaim the Pacific from the grip of drug traffickers. But before doing so, please let me introduce myself and our esteemed panel members. My name is Julian, and I have the pleasure of being the panel moderator today. I'm currently the Executive Coordinator from the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police Secretariat based in Wellington, New Zealand. The PICP is unique that it brings together Pacific Police Chiefs to exchange information, share learnings and form regional agreements. I'm seconded to the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police Secretariat from the Australian Federal Police, where I've spent the last 25 years in a range of operational policing roles domestically and internationally, including the Pacific. Please welcome our panellists. To my right, Bulavanaka Commissioner Ruziatu Tudravu. Ruziatu is the Commissioner of Police of Fiji Police Force. Fiji is in the South Pacific and consists of more than 330 islands where happiness comes naturally. Ruziatu became Commissioner of Police in February 2025. He joined the Fiji Police Force in 1982 and has had a 40-plus year colourful career with the Fiji Police Force. He has served in various Fiji police stations and formations, including the Tactical Response Unit, Uniform Branch, Criminal Investigations, Intelligence, and abroad in the Solomon Islands. Ruziatu has an Executive MBA from Fiji National University. Kia ora, Assistant Commissioner Bruce O'Brien. Bruce is an Assistant Commissioner of Police in New Zealand, or its Maori name of Aotearoa, which means Land of the Long White Cloud. He has been a police officer for 26 years and is currently deployed to London as the Senior Liaison Officer looking after New Zealand police operations in the UK, Europe, Middle East and Africa, primarily focusing on transnational organised crime and terrorism. Prior to being deployed to London, he had a national responsibility in New Zealand for intelligence, deployment, road policing and research, data and performance. Bruce holds a Masters of Applied Criminology from the University of Cambridge in the UK. Hello, Alaketa, Commissioner Moston Mangau. Moston is the Commissioner of Police in the Solomon Islands, a beautiful Pacific paradise which is commonly referred to as the Happy Isles. Moston became Police Commissioner of the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force in 23rd of July 2020, and Moston joined the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force in 1996. Moston was promoted to Deputy Commissioner National Security and Operations Support in September 2019, leading National Operations, National Response Division, Maritime and Fire and Rescue, National Crime, Prosecution and Intelligence and Corporate Support. Of note, Moston was awarded the British Empire Medal in 2018 in recognition of the service to the police force and his community. And g'day Commissioner Chris Woods, Commander Chris Woods, he's just been promoted. Chris is a commander with the Australian Federal Police. Australia, the smallest continent and largest island in the world, is known as a sunburnt country with distinctive wildlife and the famous Sydney Opera House. Chris is the Australian Federal Police Lead Executive for Europe, Africa and the Middle East, leading a large team of police liaison officers working with foreign policing partners to combat transnational serious organised crime. Chris has a diverse policing career over 25 years, both in Australia and overseas, serving as a liaison officer in Dhaka, Bangladesh, Colombo, Sri Lanka, and also as an advisor to the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force between 2004 and 2006. As you can see, we have a diverse and very experienced panel on stage today with over 120 years of diverse policing experience. So let's get into it. If we can start by setting the scene, I'll ask Assistant Commissioner O'Brien, why has the Pacific's vulnerability to drug trafficking increased?
Thanks. Is this working? Is it coming through? Firstly, thank you, Julian, for the introduction, and my apologies on behalf of Commissioner Richard Chambers, who would have loved to have been here this morning to speak to you, but unfortunately Commissioner Chambers has had to return to New Zealand for an operational matter. So there's probably two key reasons that I think we've seen the vulnerability increase. So the first is New Zealand and Australia is a very lucrative market for drugs, especially methamphetamine and cocaine. So there's a really big demand in both of the countries, and it's extremely profitable for primarily offshore organised crime groups to work with our organised criminals to bring these drugs into both of our countries via the Pacific and other ways as well. So I think the first part is a really, really big demand. The second part is policing globally, and I don't think we're any different in the Pacific region. There's a lot of demand on policing. We've got to put our resources across a lot of different locations. As you can appreciate, the Pacific is a very, very big size. So there's a lot of vulnerabilities to get to both of our countries, although we've got secure borders. So demand on policing services across what we're doing, but also organised crime has become very sophisticated. So from an enforcement perspective, they're using encrypted communications. Globally, they're very connected, and even our criminals that we see in New Zealand, we're a long way away from the rest of the world, but globally we're very, very connected. So it's very, very easy for our criminals to work with their Australian counterparts in different parts of the world, be it Europe, United States, Asia, to coordinate those shipments of large-scale methamphetamine and primarily cocaine as well. So I think that's pretty much the two high-level points that I'd like to make, Julian.
Thank you, Bruce. And so given that you've stated that Australia and New Zealand are very lucrative markets, what's driving that and why are organised crime interested in those lucrative markets?
Yeah, so as I say, profitability on methamphetamine in New Zealand is extremely high. So you don't have to get much into the country to make it worth your while. Geographically, both New Zealand and Australia, we're very, very well connected with shipping routes. So we have large ports in both of our countries that are very well connected globally, as we do have direct flights. So from New Zealand, for instance, we have direct flights into North America, Asia, Middle East. So we're very, very well connected. And as aviation and shipping technology changes, obviously there's more risk from around the world. So I think geographically we're very well connected to the world, so it makes it a lot easier to smuggle. Unfortunately, in New Zealand, we've got a wastewater testing program. So we test our wastewater every month, and we can determine quantities on different geographical locations to understand how much drugs are being consumed. Unfortunately, we have a very high demand for illicit substances in New Zealand, which brings a whole lot of other social issues as well. Unfortunately, there's probably some acceptance of illicit drugs in some parts of our communities, especially our younger populations sort of see drug taking in a recreational sense as acceptable. We've seen, unfortunately, some of our lower socio-economic communities impacted by methamphetamine as well. And once people start taking it, it's extremely addictive. So it's very, very hard for people to break that cycle. New Zealand and Australia both have very, in general, high standards of living. So people have a lot more disposable income, and we are finding people that traditionally wouldn't have used illicit drugs are turning to illicit drugs because they've got the disposable income. From an enforcement challenge perspective, I sort of touched on it a little bit. There's so much more demand on policing today, be it policing in the online world, policing in a general sense, and then if you look at transnational organised crime as well, there's a lot of demand on us around how we're putting our resources to combat these problems. So prevention is a significant opportunity for us, so working not only with our Pacific partners, but our global partners as well to impact those that are organising importations into New Zealand and Australia through the Pacific, and those that are facilitating those offshore. So we rely heavily on our bilateral relationships, but also our relationships through Interpol, Europol, and other organisations as well. We've also seen insider threats, in particular our airports. So in New Zealand, unfortunately, we have seen those that want to use legitimate transport and logistic facilities such as airports be corrupted. In particular, some of our baggage handlers, we've made some large arrests in regards to baggage handlers at Auckland International Airport that were facilitating methamphetamine coming into the country as well. So that's a challenge. Intelligence sharing, as I said, there is some really, really good processes that we have in place around how we share intelligence, but we still sometimes have those challenges on the speed that we need to share intelligence and get some of that work done in regards to importations. One of the things that we are sort of focusing on is the bilateral opportunities that we have, especially in the Pacific. So there's a couple of things that I just want to really quickly touch on. So we work with our Pacific counterparts around our Pacific Detect a Dog program, which is really, really important so that we can work with our partners in the Pacific to detect large shipments before they get to New Zealand and Australia, and support that effort. Intelligence sharing with our transnational organised crime investigation units. So we need to be able to share contemporary, up-to-date intelligence with our Pacific partners so that they know what risks are coming into their jurisdictions as well. We work heavily with Interpol, as I've touched on, so the Blue Pacific initiative, which is really, really important. And then the other bilateral programs that we have working there as well, including the Tonga and New Zealand Policing Program and the Fiji Police Partnership Program. So I know that there's a lot in that, but what I would say in my role working offshore and based in London, some of the same methods, some of the same organised crime groups are operating in Europe as well. So it is a global challenge for all of us on how do we combat this.
Thank you, Bruce. So certainly whilst Australia and New Zealand remain attractive destinations for organised crime groups, the Pacific will continue to be impacted, it's clear. The impact of organised crime is a collective security issue, and New Zealand has sought to address this through some of the bilateral programs Bruce has mentioned, particularly around the Detect a Dog program and the New Zealand Transnational Crime Unit. And it's holistically a challenge for the Pacific, and it's important to continue to do that work collaboratively. I'll now basically hand over to Commissioner Moston Mangau to talk about the impact, but before I do so, I'll just quote Interpol President Kim Jong-yang. He stated in 2019, "There is no doubt that the Pacific Island countries face a unique set of challenges caught in the midst of the Pacific Highway between major suppliers of illicit goods, large demand hubs, and thousands of miles of coastline to monitor. At the same time, some of the Pacific Islands are seeing the transshipment of narcotics through their territories devolve into growing domestic demand for illicit drugs." Commissioner Mangau, what effect has trafficking had on your Pacific Police and your Pacific communities?
The Pacific's unique geography is the vast maritime zones, porous borders, unlimited resources, it is a prime target for transnational crime trafficking networks. We understand that these networks utilizing or capitalize on our limited resources, channeling their networks into the region to reach the Australian and New Zealand market. As we all know that police force or enforcement professionals, we could not able to police it or even address the issue without support from everyone in the region. The Pacific Island nation, we are struggling with resources to combat the issue of drug trafficking. We understand that with the limited resources we have to work closely with our partners by having Australia and New Zealand together with us to eradicate the ongoing issue on drug trafficking in the region. It is impacting our region, especially in criminal activities. I might give some example, like in the Solomons, we also have groups setting up, and they call themselves the stand-down groups. And this group are comprised of unemployment young youths. They are school dropouts and also unemployed youths. And this group, they involve with some business people as well too in our country, and they are the point of contact for these networkings to use in our country. And they also link themselves with Fiji as well too, and Fiji was picked up by our police force that was heavily used as a transshipment point within the Pacific region. And from Fiji, it spread out through the Pacific to Samoa and even Solomon Islands, and as well as Papua New Guinea. The impact that we have is the increase of methamphetamine in the Pacific also attract the students as well too. So it's become a growing concern for our community with a new approach of educating our community. We have to engage our community through community engagement with the support of our partners. As we all know that we used to have Fiji police, Papua New Guinea, Australia and New Zealand requested by our government to come in and assist us in some of our major operations. And we have to utilize the support or the opportunity when we have our partners together with us in the Solomons to engage with the community and educate them about the effect of drugs in our community. And as well as we also understand that when our youth are addicted to drug, it's become a time bomb in our community as well. So we are struggling as well to work with our community to eradicate this issue, and also working closely with our church group and also our community setting to address this issue. But it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult because of the limited resources that we have in the Solomons. We only have 1,600 officers with limited resources. So I'm working closely with my partner to look at the growth of the RSIPF, expanding the numbers, and also looking at additional resources, and also seeking support from my partners as well too, from Australia, New Zealand, and other partners. With these challenges, we cannot achieve our goals by eradicating drug in our community or in the Solomon Islands. So we have to work collaboratively together with PNG, Vanuatu, Fiji, and also New Zealand and Australia in the Pacific to address this issue as a regional issue. It's not affecting our police force alone, but it's also affecting other sectors as well. In the Solomons, it's become an issue because of legislation gaps. So we are working closely with the medical authority to strengthening our legislation to address this issue. And as well as we work with our legislators to look at the current Drug Act and also looking at the potential of increasing the penalty as well too, and look at including some of the drugs that are not captured under our existing legislation. So with these issues in terms of legislation, it also affect the policing agencies in addressing this issue. And because of drug was interpreted differently in terms of policing and also in terms of medical usage. In terms of medical usage, when it was recognized by the legislation, it make it more difficult for the police force to deal with, because there are academics or there are scholars who actually use drugs for their own advantage and also making profit out of it. So it's become a challenging environment for the policing agencies in the small islands. We are struggling because of we lack of resources, and we are urging other parts of the world to join in forces together with the Pacific Island region to address this issue. And we understand that drug is not coming from the Pacific region, but it's coming elsewhere into the region. So let us work together to assist the region to address this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. I mean, it's clear that the drug highway passes through many of our Pacific nations, and that certainly has had a tragic effect on local communities, and it's certainly put a considerable amount of pressure on local police as well. So strengthening law enforcement is essential, but equally important is investing in the local communities to understand the issues that these drugs cause. Clearly, deepening regional cooperation is key, and intelligence sharing is key. And there's certainly a lot of work being done throughout our Pacific, between Australia and New Zealand, and with all our Pacific nations to share that type of intelligence, noting that the drugs aren't coming from the Pacific, they're coming through the Pacific. So really the future of this fight hinges on collaboration and our shared responsibility to safeguard the Pacific. And really requires all of us, not just police, but as Commissioner Mangau suggested, working with our legislators as well and partners to work in urgency and in unity. I'll go over to Commissioner Tujaravu from Fiji, and noting Commissioner Mangau's comment that deepening regional cooperation is crucial, what is being done regionally to reclaim the Pacific from the grip of drug traffickers?
Yeah, before I answer that question, first of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Dubai Police and also the Australian Federal Police that enables me to be here today. It is an honor to be here, being a voice from our Pacific Islands. We do see that the same criminal elements or the offenses that have been committed around the world, we are not immune to it. And to be here today is an opportunity for us to raise our voice as a smaller countries so that we can be heard too in terms of our struggle in the way that we would like to improve prevention of crimes, especially the transnational crimes that is impacting our smaller island nations. It is evident that trafficking to Australia and New Zealand has serious and multifaceted impacts to the Pacific Island nations. Australian and New Zealand governments acknowledge their community appetite for illicit drugs and are contributing factor to the Pacific vulnerability to drug trafficking. In many of our cultures, community and collective strengths are core values. The same spirit, I would like to state, guide our responses. It's not just about enforcement. It is about building trust, sharing of knowledge, walking this path with, together with our partners and not working in isolation. The Pacific Islands Chief of Police is the key to garnering the collective strength and promoting our core values. As smaller islands, I would like to have our voice being heard too. The establishment of the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police in 1970 as one of the oldest regional organizations in the Pacific is a regional organization of police leaders in the Pacific. It's a forum of sharing information, discussing policy issues, developing regional agreements. So the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police has 22 members from across the Pacific Islands, including Micronesia, Melanesian groups, Polynesia, and of course Australia and New Zealand, who are our brothers. And the National Police Service is represented into this body through their chief or commissioners or the director. So the PICP, which is the Pacific Island Commissioners Police Conference, is the only forum that enables specific policy leaders to discuss strategic issues impacting law enforcement across the region. It is supported by a secretariat that is based in New Zealand, police headquarters, and is funded by New Zealand Police Ministry for Foreign Affairs. The secretariat is staffed by members of the Australian, New Zealand, and Pacific Police Force. And of course, Federal Police, Australian Federal Police, is the funding agency that looks after the PICP.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, as you can see, a vital regional organisation that supports Pacific Police Chiefs throughout the Pacific to work on issues such as drug trafficking that impacts their communities. If I can ask, Commissioner, what are some of the initiatives being undertaken by the PICP to combat drug trafficking in the Pacific specifically?
Thank you. There are a few initiatives that have been undertaken by the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police. The vital one is in regards to transnational crime, is Pacific Transnational Crime Network. And this network is the key to addressing transnational crime and drug trafficking in the Pacific region. Fiji Police is part of this with a dedicated team in our capital city, Suva. This Pacific Transnational Crime Network was established in 2002. The Pacific Transnational Crime Network provides intelligence and investigative network to combat transnational and regional transnational serious and organized crime. It uses a multi-agency regional approach to target transnational crime, including police, immigration, customs, and other law enforcement agencies, and also our border agencies. It consists of 29 transnational crime units located in 21 Pacific Island countries where this is established. So the network operates in a hub and spoke concept environment with the Pacific Transnational Crime Coordination Center, which is located in one of our Pacific Islands, Samoa, coordinating and analyzing all information received from all transnational crime units from the member countries. So the PTPC established in 2004. It is funded by the Australian Federal Police. The Australian Federal Police supports Pacific Transnational Coordination Center through deployment of dedicated advisors from Samoa, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, and the assistants and partners advisors in the Solomon Islands, Nauru, and Tonga. So the federal police from Australia also provide a secretariat based in Canberra, which provides support and assistance to our transnational crime units established in our various island countries. New Zealand police also provide support and training to the PTCN through New Zealand Transnational Crime Unit, as well as deployment of dedicated advisor to Samoa, where we have the Pacific Transnational Crime Coordination Center. So the PTCN is guided by a board member, and it is the PTCCC, which is the body that coordinates all our transnational crime unit. They undertake annual intelligence and informed strategic assessment of transnational crime impacting the Pacific. So our 22 police chiefs and commissioners rely on the assessment to prioritize work of efforts to be able to combat the current and emerging transnational crime in the Pacific, as well as the new and emerging methodologies for drug enforcement. The PTCN too also hosts an annual capacity development forum for all TCU team leaders to meet and discuss transnational crime impacting their jurisdiction. And the region forms strong, collaborative, working relationship and receiving training and knowledge to assist them in their roles. So, talking about PICP, which is the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police, has developed and endorsed a Pacific community for law enforcement cooperation. This is a regional coordination mechanism that supports capability and regional law enforcement priority areas directing by Pacific Island Chiefs of Police. Capabilities are developed by the Pacific for the Pacific approach. Officers from Fiji Police International Division were instrumental in the design of the PACILEC and continue to be involved in the dedicated national coordinating, leading the Fiji Police engagement with our PACILEC. So it empowers Pacific police organization to lead, manage, design, and implement their own capability development. It acknowledges and promotes individual capabilities of Pacific police organization. It also facilitates the sharing of national resources as a regional asset. As we all know that we are just a smaller island state, capabilities is not really there much with us. So our collaborative approach is working hand in hand and is handy for us as we move towards our combat of transnational crime. In addition, the PACILEC, which is the Pacific Community Law Enforcement Corporation, supports and design and implementation of programs that are fit for purpose in the region and coordinate end-to-end support, monitoring, work placements, secondment, conference, and training, which most of us small island states cannot do on our own. So this is the body that coordinates all of this. And we are thankful to our brothers, Australia and New Zealand police and federal police for supporting us, smaller island countries, in these regards. We also know that the Fiji police is also the chair of the Pacific Forensic Working Group. I mention this because forensic is key in identifying drugs and those offenders involved in submitting evidence in drug-related cases. The above program of work contribute greatly to combating drug trafficking in the Pacific by promoting intelligence sharing, working regionally to build police capability through training, equipment, and technical support. Having said that, there's a lot of talk about intelligence networking, also in regards to technology. We, the Pacific Islands, are lacking in this area, and I would like to thank our bigger brothers for their support. And finally, the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police is working with a multilateral organization such as United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, UNOC. In fact, the UNODC has a Pacific office located in Fiji and is collaboratively undertaking a range of initiatives with our PICP to combat drug trafficking in the Pacific. Just to close my remarks, our strength as a region lies in our unity. When we weave together our efforts, just as we would weave a mat from many strands, we create something far stronger than any of us alone. To reclaim Pacific from drug trafficking, we must stand together, grounded in shared purpose and mutual respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So from Commissioner Todravru's discussions, it's clear that the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police is a key organisation in the Pacific region that's enabling our chiefs to come together and design programs that support our Pacific police jurisdictions, which vary from sizes from up 8 members in some of the smaller Pacific nations to up to 7,000 members plus in other jurisdictions in the Pacific. So clearly the regional, or the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police as a regional forum is really driving a lot of that great work that's being done to combat drug trafficking in the Pacific. I'll now hand over to Commander Woods from the AFP to give given Australia's drug use has in some ways contributed greatly to the Pacific's vulnerability to drug trafficking, and noting the AFP is a member of the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police. What is the AFP doing to support the Pacific in their fight against drugs and organised crime? Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Julian. And can I just add my thanks to the Dubai Police for this marvellous conference, this annual event. It is a real privilege to be here, but an incredible privilege to be sitting here with colleagues, commissioners from across the Pacific, part of Australia and New Zealand's region and family. And although I'm based presently in our international division in Europe and the Middle East region, it is an incredible honour to be sitting here to talk to you today about some of the challenges we face and to place a spotlight on the Pacific region and draw attention to some key challenges we're faced with. So I think we'd agree, and it's fairly accepted, that today's criminal environment is borderless, complex, technology-driven and volatile. As a result, many of the Australian Federal Police's investigations, particularly drug trafficking across the Pacific, has a wider global context. A quote of one of the former Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission leaders is useful to set the frame here for the Australian context. Much of the harm that Australians suffer at the hands of organised crime is due to illicit drugs. Serious organised crime groups profit from the importation, manufacture, trafficking and sale of drugs that cause harm to the community. Consequently, it's in our interest in Australia to prevent those drugs from reaching our shores, but it's also in Australia and New Zealand's interests to prevent those drugs reaching and impacting on the social fabric of our neighbouring countries across the Pacific. It's important to note a more secure region is a more peaceful, safe and prosperous region. So that's why our country is working with our Pacific partners through the PICP, the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police, to support their vision, Police Chiefs United for a secure Blue Pacific. So the AFP's role, we're the national police agency in Australia and we work with a lot of Australian domestic law enforcement, but our national role sets us as the international representative for Australia. And it helps us prevent fragility in our region as well as protecting the Australian homeland. Our geographical reach across these operations, our specialist capabilities and partnerships position us to lead and coordinate policing responses to address future threats. Our international goals and objectives as an agency to ensure that the most efficient and effective response to global criminal threats, including drug trafficking, to safeguard the country and deliver mutual benefits for regional and international partners, in particular our region of the Pacific. We do this by contributing, as an agency, we've set ourselves the objectives of having maximum impact on international criminal activity affecting Australia or Australia's interests. Through international peace, stability and security, we work to uphold those principles, and we do that through building strong and mutually beneficial partnerships across our international activities. We set ourselves the goal as international the international part of the Federal Police around capability development. We help to build the ability of our partners to combat crime that crosses international borders. So we see assisting our partners as just as important as building our own capability, and it promotes regional stability and safety. As I say, particularly in the Pacific. Collaboration, a second element to our international engagement. We collaborate with regional and international law enforcement agencies to drive investigations. And finally, criminal intelligence gathering. We collect and exchange information to support our domestic investigations, but equally to assist partners abroad. I'm from a division that has people on the ground in almost 40 countries, covering the entirety of the globe, but principally with a heavy focus on Pacific, the Asian region, and with my own team across Europe, Africa and the Middle East. We also, I think Bruce touched on, we also partner very closely with Europol and with Interpol. And through the Interpol Blue Pacific project, as mentioned earlier, we're aiming to enhance the capability of the national central bureaus for Interpol that are across our Pacific capitals to strengthen those networks through secure communications, increased access to databases and data sets globally, and through border protection and the movement of people. Our members are living in in these countries and in these communities, and are really committed to serving and protecting those communities as much as they do when they're back in Australia. And we do this through providing our assistance, our expertise, capability development on the ground, and any assistance that we can provide. I just wanted to touch on another element that we utilise is our Pacific Police Development Program, providing operational support and delivering capability initiatives through a range of mechanisms, including significant support for the previously mentioned law enforcement cooperation in the Pacific Forensic Working Group. As law enforcement practitioners, I'm sure you're all aware of the importance of presenting forensically sound evidence to support prosecutions, and this includes the forensic ability to identify and test drugs that are seized across the region. And another initiative is the Law Enforcement Cooperation Program, seeking to strengthen the capability of partner agencies through provision of specialist policing training, equipment and education, broadening existing support delivered through other bilateral programs.
Thanks, Chris. And noting the AFP's working through with Pacific partners and through the Pacific with quite a substantial amount of initiatives to support our Pacific policing organisations. Are these initiatives having an impact?
They are, and there are quite a number of examples, and there's some from some of the countries that are represented here today. The programs are having real tangible impacts. One that I wanted to touch on from Fiji, if I might, is from early 2024. Fiji police conducted 2 major drug investigations resulting in the seizure of approximately 4.3 tonnes of methamphetamine. And when you think about that in the context of the Fijian community population, it's an oversized impact on a small community that really shouldn't have to be dealing with this sort of influx of illicit commodities. 15 individuals were charged in connection with these busts, and the drugs were destroyed under a High Court order. There's quite a number of other examples across the region in Tonga, Papua New Guinea, but it just gives a sense of the movement of these drugs. It's such a vast region, but the drive behind these organised crime groups, the profitability that they can experience by getting these commodities to New Zealand and the Australian market is so immense and so great that they would just continue to transship these drugs. And sadly, at stop-off points along the way, there is leakage into communities, and that's that harm that we're really trying to prevent, as much as we're trying to prevent drugs reaching Australia and harming our community. We see it as a wider community than just one country.
Thank you. And given the lucrative markets that are in New Zealand and Australia, it's clearly an ongoing challenge. So it's not going to go away anytime soon. So what's the AFP doing to address future challenges and work with our Pacific partners to make, I suppose, them and Australia and New Zealand more resilient to drug trafficking?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we've had successes, we're working incredibly closely. We're coordinating, we're sharing resources, we're uplifting our capability, but we're not resting on successes, and we need to keep innovating, because as we know, the criminal groups will keep innovating and using every possible new technical innovation or new insider access to keep harming our communities. So we know we have to keep up the initiative, and we need to keep looking for new ways to strengthen our resolve. One of those has been in the domestic context in Australia, receiving quite an injection of funding and support from the national government for the AFP to work with our Pacific partners through an initiative called the Pacific Policing Initiative, PPI for short. It's a Pacific-led but AFP-supported, Australian Federal Police-supported initiative that has the potential to be quite transformational for our Pacific policing family. It's got three pillars. The first one is regional centres of excellence to serve as training and development hubs with specialised courses developed and led by Pacific Police, all located throughout the Pacific. Of note, Fiji will be the host country for the Regional Centre of Excellence in Operational Field Forensics. We've touched on forensics as an incredibly important discipline. Secondly, another element to the PPI is the Pacific Police Support Group, which provides a multinational response capability in both planned and unplanned events. The world's volatile, our environment is volatile, so having the capacity to surge into one of our neighbouring countries to provide assistance is quite critical, and certainly for the Australian point of view, when we have natural disasters, bushfires and floods, I think we also might benefit from this assistance, and we already have in the past from our neighbours. And finally, a hub, which is quite exciting. It will support the functioning of the PPI's regional centres of excellence and this support group that I just spoke about, housing and training Pacific participants. I think most of us here on the panel have visited this hub. It's an incredible facility, again, a great investment from the Australian National Government into policing, but with a view to regional security and helping our neighbours. So building on decades of close law enforcement cooperation, the PPI will enhance the region's ability to address security challenges such as transnational crime and drug trafficking, as well as others that the Pacific Island Forum have identified in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and the 2018 Boe Declaration on Regional Security. The PPI will support Pacific Police Forces in capacity and capability uplift to ensure that they're able to meet current and future internal and regional security requirements and respond collaboratively in times of need. But despite the uncertainty and complexities we all face, our police-to-police relationships across the Pacific continue to endure in otherwise difficult times. We share a common goal of keeping our communities safe and combating drug trafficking in the region. It's a mutual priority for Australia, New Zealand and Pacific partners, and it endures.
Thank you, Chris. Certainly a lot of work being done bilaterally between the AFP and their Pacific partners, so it's great to see, and it's great to see there are tangible outcomes, such as that drug seizure in Fiji recently. Thank you for your time today. I think we have certainly discussed candidly the issues impacting our Pacific and identified a range of strategies that are being undertaken to reduce drug trafficking in the Pacific. I think what really stood out for me is building trust, sharing knowledge and walking this path together as partners, not in isolation, is key to your collective success. Whether it's combating drug trafficking or many of the other transnational crime types such as child exploitation that impact communities in the Pacific. In line with this, there is already significant collaboration amongst police throughout the region at the strategic, tactical and operational level. As police and as a region, the Pacific is evolving to tackle the challenges presented by transnational and organised crime. In concluding, I think our esteemed panel has demonstrated the fight is far from over, and our police in the Pacific remain firmly committed to working hand in hand regionally and with international partners to reclaim the region from the grip of drug traffickers and to ensure the Pacific remains the blue Pacific paradise it has always been. Thank you.
نشكر كل من رئيس الجلسة والسادة المتحدثين. حضورنا الكريم سينضم لنا الآن مدير بالإنتربول بفرنسا والجريمة المنظمة والجرائم المستحدثة السيد
In fraud detection, I would call to the stage for a panel discussion Tom's Tassis, the head of Financial Intelligence Unit in Latvia, and also Mr. Anis Ahmed, SME Anti-Fraud and Chair of ATFCS MENA Chapter, Association of Financial Crime Specialists in UAE. Also, we've got Mr. Paul Hashim, the Director of Dynatrust in UAE, and the moderator who will be moderating the panel discussion, Mr. Mohammed Al-Bloushi, the Lieutenant Mohammed Al-Bloushi from Dubai Police.
We're gonna need that.
Maybe they're used.
It's okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our panel discussion on the role of artificial intelligence and machine learning in fraud detection. Recently, we have seen how artificial intelligence and machine learning tools have enhanced fraud detection and prevention, but also it facilitated fraud. Today, we will start our discussion by talking about how artificial intelligence has facilitated fraud in some specific contexts. Then we will dive into our main topic, which includes the latest development on such technologies, some real-world applications, and last but not least, the ethical consideration of using such technologies to combat fraud. So without further ado, let's start our discussion. So my first question is for Anis and Toms. In what ways have artificial intelligence and machine learning transformed phishing, social engineering, and deepfake attacks? You can start, Anis.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thanks to Dubai Police for this incredible event. So to answer to your question, let's say we are selling a product or a service. What is that we need for it to succeed? We would need insights about the customer, data about the customer. If we know what the customer preferences are and what they like, what they don't like, how they behave, those preferences will help us to customize a pitch and sell it to the... What happens is the success rate is very high. What fraudsters are doing today is they are canvassing the internet through AI, obtaining the information that's available on social media, information that's available on dark web. You know, we give away a lot of information on social media. Our birthdays, children's birthdays, anniversaries, a lot of information is available. If this information can be gathered and a phishing campaign is organized based on this data that is collected, it's easy for fraudsters to convince the customer that it's from legitimate source. Now, what they do is they harvest a lot of data, right? In the fraud world, we use a terminology called hyper-personalization. So with the amount of data that is available, it's very, very easy to make it look like an email coming from a bank, a government agency, and so on. And this can be done on a mass scale. And until a few years ago, we always used to advise our customers to look for errors, look for grammatic errors and mistakes in the emails and in the messages when they receive, to spot whether it's a scam or it's a genuine message. Today, with ChatGPT, that's not possible because they're using it so much that most of the messages are error-free. And what AI also does is from the data that's available, it understands where you bank and get the banking campaign or marketing emails, create a lookalike emails, and send it to the customer. Now, how many of you have received emails from your bank or your service providers on your birthdays or anniversaries and feel nice about it? We all do, right? If fraudsters are aware about such data, they also send emails to us on the birthdays, anniversaries, making it look nice. And all they have to do is send a link saying, click this link for a $50 discount or a $50 gift that we are giving just because it's your birthday. And a lot of people do that. So the attacks have become very realistic, error-free, and happens with accuracy because of AI. So when we receive an email which looks like an email or a message that we received from our service provider a month ago, or a week ago, or a year ago, we have this confirmation bias. We're like, okay, I received that email, which was authentic, so we let our guards down. In doing so, we click on the email or compromise in a way that we share the information. Now, what machine learning does, it automates the target selection, it automates the delivery optimization of these emails, and it can learn from the defenses that the company or the individual uses in terms of antivirus and cyber security defenses, and it helps navigate those defenses. In doing so, it's easy to, the success rate is pretty high. Now, with AI, there are also AI agents, chatbots, that interact with the potential victims. When they interact as if they are interacting with a human being. They social engineer and gather the information that is required. And in using that, it becomes very easy for the person to believe it's an individual, not a chatbot, and give away this information. On the deepfakes, Mohammed, deepfake is going to be one of the biggest problems globally and regionally. Deepfakes, the AI sophistication has made deepfakes more realistic, both voice and the video cloning. It's become very realistic, and it's very easy to execute these days. I'll give an example. Sometime last year, Hong Kong branch of a British engineering company, a very popular company known for its iconic structures like Sydney Opera House, Shanghai's Bird Nest Stadium, they were victim of a deepfake fraud. Now, what happened? The finance staff, he receives an email from the CFO of the company asking him to conduct a transaction for a confidential deal that's going on in the Asia-Pacific region, and he asked that it should remain confidential until it comes out in the press and the media. The finance staff gets suspicious. He responds to the email. He asks for a meeting, an online meeting with these individuals. Right? So what happens? A meeting is scheduled, and the CFO attends the meeting along with other members of the merger and acquisition teams and so on. And they give the details of the deal, and the staff gets convinced. He executes 15 transactions worth $26 million, only to realize that it was a scam. It was a deepfake scam involving spear phishing, business email compromise. A lot of elements of this, if you look at it, involves AI, including impersonation of the voices, cloning of the voices, and the facial images. A company lost $25 million. Now, these are some problems, but in for banks on the consumer side, banks that rely solely on facial recognition, both regionally and globally, they are going to be a target of deepfake scam, and we will see massive increase in deepfake scams.
Thank you, Anis. Also, I'd like to highlight that Dr. Muhammad Barakat yesterday in his panel discussion, he highlighted that deepfake technology crimes have increased at least from 250% up to 600% based on specific country or in some continents. So this is really a serious concern. Thank you. What about you, Thomas?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here. I will also take a little bit more time on the first question, if I may, just to give a little bit of a context. I come from Latvia, which is a very small country in Eastern Europe, between two also very small countries, Lithuania and Estonia. There's approximately 1.8 million Latvians, and approximately 1.7 million people speak Latvian around the world, which means fraudsters, to defraud Latvians, need to know some Latvian. Fraud in Latvia really started to pop up in the levels that it's being now during COVID. So when everybody was sitting home with their computers, checking their internet banks. And how it started with very low quality Latvian phishing schemes. So you would most likely receive an email from the chief of police with a lot of comma mistakes, something we call the rotten Latvian. Those are Latvian words, but it makes no really sense when you read it. The name of chief of police was wrong, and everything was wrong. Maybe even your name was a little bit wrong. Some people still got caught. What the idea of fraudsters back then was, if in the first step of this phishing scheme or fraud scheme, I get somebody's attention, it's very likely that they're going to go all the way and send some money. Fast forward to today, it is very different. All the fraud schemes are extremely sophisticated. Like Anis said, they're very precise. Even Latvian language is precise due to ChatGPT or similar models. So it's much more difficult, and their success rate is much higher. First of all, they can target much more people, or many more people, and plus the success rate is much higher. And I think that responds to your question, how AI has influenced phishing schemes. That's one thing. The second thing, in all fraud schemes, we see first stage, you need a victim, and then you want to get as a fraudster, you want to get the money away from the predicate offense as quickly as possible. And there, at least in my country or in Eastern Europe, and now in Europe, what they use in most cases are money mules. And for money mules, what they need is a quick account. Just one bank account, which they're going to use for 1 or 2 transactions, and then forget about it. And that's where deepfakes come in. So just try to open deepfake documents. We can also ask even ChatGPT or similar models to counterfeit a document, a passport or an ID. You can buy them in good counterfeits, not even the real documents, in darknet for extremely cheap in bulk. So that helps to open money mule accounts and get the money away from the predicament. So there's also a huge influence of AI in that. So generally, if we talk about criminality, I think AI, machine learning, has influenced mostly 90% on fraud cases. Not the rest of money laundering, not other predicate offenses, but directly fraud.
Thank you, Thomas. Moving to our next question, which is for Anis and Paul. How is artificial intelligence facilitating the automation and escalation of large-scale cyber attacks? You can start, Anis.
So AI-powered tools have the ability to autonomously navigate through systems, identify and exploit weaknesses, and adapt to defenses in real time. So in doing so, it becomes extremely harder and trickier to identify the attacks. It also lowers the time taken, the efforts, and the expertise that is required to conduct a cyber attack or a fraud attack. Now, cybercrime is offered as a service on dark web for subscription. So you subscribe to different payment plans, It gives you an option of receiving the stolen credentials, financial card or account information. It helps with they have a tutorial on how a fraud has to be conducted using AI tools, and they also have what do you call it, as a tech support. They give tech support to people on how to, when they have challenges, when they encounter challenges. So today, every Tom and Dick and Harry can become a hacker with the tools that are freely available. No offenses, Tom. And AI actually enables large-scale attacks, both DDoS attacks or large-scale phishing attacks. So essentially, AI has turbocharged frauds by making it more sophisticated, more targeted, faster, and easier to execute.
Thank you, Anis. What about you, Tom?
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for having us today. I want to thank the World Police Summit as well as Dubai Police for having all of us distinguished guests here today to learn from one another on these crucial topics. And definitely when it comes to AI and cybersecurity, I do believe it's a double-edged sword. As you know, as one, people can be using it from a defense mechanism, other perpetrators and fraudsters are using it on a more enhanced capabilities for attacks. So I think the main point we need to understand is how is AI being utilized to enhance and expand attacks in order for us to better build our defensive mechanisms against them. Now, as we all know, AI is increasingly being used by cyber criminals to be able to, first of all, evade detection, as well as take advantage of valuable vulnerabilities. They do this by mimicking real user behaviors. Now, this is not the only way they can do it. However, it is one of the most successful ways they have been doing so, because unfortunately, outdated systems are unable to detect these anomalies. Now, a lot of times, what organizations have been recently focusing on is relying on various different platforms, such as Dynatrace, which utilizes its AI capabilities to look within the logs, the traces, the events, as well as the various metrics in order to avoid having certain attacks. Now, a certain way that Dynatrace's AI can do this is by looking at detected suspicion logins from unusual IPs and immediately act on this. Now, ultimately, as we've all seen, AI can be used with fraudsters in order to use this to their advantage of evading detection. However, by relying on platforms such as Dynatrace's observability, you can utilize this to, first of all, detect and transact and immediately act upon this in a quicker amount of real time.
Thank you, Paul. My next question is for you, Toms. As the head of Financial Intelligence Unit in Latvia, could you elaborate on the FIU's initiative to combat fraud?
So generally, FIUs have never been built really to counter fraud or fight fraud. The idea of FIUs has always been to look at big money, look at very big money, big tax evasion cases, corruption cases, professional money laundering, and historically, when looking at fraud, you usually look at small-scale fraud, or what we think is phishing, and then a couple of thousands, couple of tens of thousands, and it has never been the idea of FIUs to focus on that. We have something called the risk-based approach, so the more money, the more important predicate, the more focus it gets, and you forget about everything else and try not to feel bad about it. Nowadays, I think there's no AML discussion that doesn't mention fraud anymore. So we have to, as FIUs, we have to refocus our attention and also look at fraud. The classical approach of an FIU would be to try connect all the separate victims, typologies, and look at who's behind it, and if possible, catch those. And in my country and in Eastern Europe, we see that many of the bigger call centers or fraud schemes are operated professionally by some countries and are somewhat supported, or if not supported, then not forbidden by the specific countries. So it's very, very difficult to get those people. You can block them, you can try to work with countering or working with the prevention, but not get them in jail. But also it is very difficult as somebody who has powers to freeze money and seeing that the money is there, to ignore that hundreds and thousands of especially elderly people are being defrauded of all their life savings. Sometimes those are very small amounts. Sometimes they live month to month based on their pension, and all of that is taken away. So what we've built with our police in my country is an automated solution, as much as possible automated solution, where we require as little as possible information from the victim, from the bank, from the FIU, and within the police to get the money back to the victim. Not try to prosecute in each separate case the person who was there, maybe it's not possible, but do that on the side, but each separate case have a streamlined process that takes hopefully less than a month to get the money back to the victim. And last year, in around, I'm going to remind that my country is 1.8 million people, so in that, around 1,000 cases where we managed to get the money back, out of 5,000 cases that were reported to us, we saved the 1.5 million that we got back immediately for the defrauded persons, for natural persons only. On top of that, there's tens of millions for defrauded legal persons.
Thank you, Thomas. Moving to our second part of this discussion, my question is to all of you. How have artificial intelligence and machine learning advancement enhanced fraud detection within transaction monitoring systems? You can start, Anis.
So AI, along with machine learning, has the ability to analyze large data sets in a short span of time. They can help spot unusual patterns, which normally human beings or fraud analysts can miss. Just to give you a context, on an average, a fraud analyst can analyze between 50 to 100 transactions in a day. With rule-based systems, they can analyze between 200 to 500 transactions in a day. We all know real-time payment platform. They are growing fast across the world. Real-time payment platform of India, UPI, and Brazil, PIX, combinedly, they do about 850 million transactions every single day. So if you have to do manual analysis of this, you would need 8.5 million fraud analysts working on every single day. And if you have rule-based systems, you need about 1.7 million fraud analysts working on this every single day. So what AI-enabled systems can do is they can analyze several thousands of transactions, flag suspicious activities, suspicious behavior, and help the fraud analysts to focus on high-risk cases. Additionally, with machine learning, what they also do is they help with triage or initial investigations. By doing that, they help automatically prioritize the the risk-based alerts, and they also find the hidden links between these transactions, making it easier. Instead of millions, you would need few hundreds or few thousands of fraud analysts to work on this. And then it also, AI helps with behavioral biometrics. It helps you to understand your, the mouse movement pattern, the way you apply pressure on your mobile device, or the way you type on your mobile device. So these are the device behavioral intelligence that it can help to analyze, create the pattern, and reuse the pattern for identifying and authenticating the customers in the future. In addition, it can also give prediction of a fraud before it can happen. Now, when we say a fraud analyst or a system analyzes one transaction, it analyzes hundreds, if not thousands, of parameters in the background. If it's a card transaction, as per the 3DS 2.0 protocol, the banks or institutions should analyze about 150 data sets. many banks, many institutions go beyond that. For device intelligence, there are about 2 to 3 dozen parameters that they have to analyze. For behavioral biometrics, the parameters can vary from a few dozens to a few thousands, including whether the phone is being held or the phone is on, kept on a table, including when the transaction is being conducted, whether there are any calls, live calls that's going on, if the customer is under pressure or duress. So every single transaction that goes by, it has device intelligence, it has behavioral intelligence, it has location intelligence, the IP, and so on. So within that fraction of a second where we just say authorize, there are thousands and thousands of parameters that are being validated to confirm that it's genuine. And this cannot happen without AI.
Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed, I believe the evolution of AI and machine learning has drastically transformed from a reactive to a proactive mode. As you all know, when it comes to fraud detection, proactiveness is one of the key aspects of being able to be up and front and center. There's a very big difference between proactively knowing of a potential fraud versus reacting to it after the fact. Now, as we all know, models can learn the normal behavior of patterns and be able to immediately alert on deviations, such as unusual logins, such as a suspicious location, as well as device anomalies. And this is where real user monitoring and synthetic monitoring will play a tremendous role when it comes to the evolution of fraud detection. Now, we all understand that AI's ability to adapt from the cross-channel correlation allows us to look not only at what is being done on the web or on the mobile, but also take into effect the actual in-person transaction, where then you can utilize the platforms to be able to put that end-to-end visibility, which is key when it comes to the detection of fraud. Now, as I mentioned in my first answer, and I keep linking it back to Dynatrace as a platform, what we have been able to do and what organizations are doing globally with the likes of Dynatrace is being able to configure and monitor transactional flows in order to detect the anomalies which may indicate fraud. Now, by using automated workflows, the likes of Dynatrace can escalate incidents to the right team members by also creating predefined responses, including the reducing dwell time as well as limiting the damage. Now, some of the many alerts which a platform like Dynatrace can provide are the likes of suspicious login activities, the likes of hijack session, as well as unusual account changes. Now, the most important thing is not simply having an alert. Any system can simply send a red flag and give you an alert. The reason why our system really helps within this is giving you the explainable AI, being able to explain what these results are, so that when you need to build a report for your management, you are able to explain what it is it was found, why was this alert generated, and why is it a P1 versus a P2 for the teams. And I think in addition to that, one of the most key important aspects of the platform is being able to utilize the security investigator, which can drill into the logs and traces and give you support on the fraud investigations.
Thank you, Paul. I totally agree with both of you. And as Mr. Romero yesterday mentioned in the opening statement, behavioral analysis of the regular consumers is essential, and we must understand them so we identify easily the irregular activities. Thank you. Since we are running out of time, we are moving to our last part of this discussion, which includes some questions related to the ethical consideration of using such technologies and combating fraud. So my question is for Anis and Toms, how could we enhance consumer trust in industries controlled by AI? You can start, Anis. But briefly, please.
Today, AI is an unknown territory for many, so hence the apprehension. So what we need to do is we need to provide clear and understandable explanation on how AI makes decisions, especially in critical areas like finance, healthcare, public safety, etc. We need to establish regulations, industry-wide guidelines, and governance and oversight structure to ensure fairness, accountability, and privacy protection. We also need to maintain meaningful human intervention in the process, in the decision-making process, to reassure the customers that AI doesn't operate by itself. It has some checks and balances in it. How do we do that? We need to educate and empower the end users by demystifying what AI is, clarifying the benefits and boundaries, and also address the common fears and misconceptions around AI.
Thank you. What about you, Thomas?
In European Union, there's a regulation on AI that doesn't allow AI to make final decisions, so all the important decisions anyways have to be taken by a human. I think that makes a lot of sense for now. In regards to communication, I mentioned this to you, I read a quote on LinkedIn saying that if a person didn't write something, why would I spend time reading it? So everybody who's providing services, especially big service providers as banks or financial institutions, should be really careful on how much automated communication with the customers is there in place. One is just not to lose customers or trust of customers, and the second is the more AI in interaction with the customer, the easier it is for fraudsters to copy and paste the same thing.
Thank you. Moving to our next question, Anis, can you tell us how can we strike a balance between artificial and human intelligence and fraud detection?
So to find the right balance, meaning you need to leverage on the strengths of both human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Like I said, AI has the ability to analyze large data sets to spot the patterns, especially in high volume environments like finance and payments. But fraud is usually complex, is usually dynamic, and it often nuanced. So it requires ethical reasoning, some context to it, and also some judgment is required where human beings come into place, and fraud analysts can play a critical role there. We need to look at AI as an augmentation tool, right? It helps to do things faster and better. Think of it as a car. If we have to walk from here to Abu Dhabi, it would take several days. But if you have an 80s made Toyota, it will take 3 to 4 hours. Like the old AI. With the latest AI, it's like a V12 engine, or let's say in a hyperloop kind of environment, you can reach within 15 minutes to 20 minutes. So we need to treat AI this way. The key is to position AI as an augmentation tool, not as a replacement. AI can handle heavy lifting, while humans can make final decisions. This collaborative model, in general, helps to improve the efficiency, the accuracy, at the same time maintain transparency and accountability. So apply human intelligence along with artificial intelligence. It is important to remember that artificial intelligence will never be better or cannot replace human intelligence. A creation cannot be better than its creator, and the creation would always require its creator for guidance.
Thank you. I totally agree. Augmenting staff performance is key to combat fraud. So before we conclude, I would like to hear from you your one key takeaway. Can you start, Anis?
My takeaway would be this, that artificial intelligence is really helpful today to do things faster, and it will not be a replacement. It's only going to complement all the human efforts that we have. We had these challenges in Y2K, we had these challenges when other technologies came into play. It's a dual-edged sword, but at the same time, if you use it in a right and responsible way, it's going to be more beneficial rather than detrimental.
Thank you.
Sultan Mohammed, my key takeaway is definitely I've been in the industry of technology and AI for over 10 years now. And as much as AI has definitely shaped our way of getting answers faster and quicker, we definitely need to still have that human touch, as Anis rightfully said. I don't believe we will ever get to a point where we are fully reliant and complete reliance on explainable AI. However, I do believe in the likes of Dynatrace's AI, where it's helping customers on a daily basis to get answers faster to their problem, getting that root cause analysis. This is where the benefit of AI comes, but not to completely rely on it.
Thank you. Please.
I often hear that AI is helping fraudsters much more than it is helping law enforcement and FIUs. The example given is that they use deepfakes. They create deepfakes to defraud people, but I very much disagree. They use deepfakes to defraud people, but it's not that law enforcement or FIUs have to come up with a better deepfake to deepfake the deepfake.
Yeah.
We can use the AI for different solutions, and I think Anis's example on looking at behaviors, what's normal, what's not normal, and using machine learning to identify those and look at those, not everything is, it's much easier than creating a good deep fake and defrauding people. So I think actually AI is helping law enforcement much more if we utilize correctly. So my takeaway is don't be scared of AI.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with all of you. We have to strike a balance between artificial and human intelligence, and we should not forget the importance of augmenting staff performance. So I think this is it for us. Do you have any questions for the panelists? We can take some questions now. No question, I guess. All right, I guess this is it. Thank you so much for attending this panel discussion. It was my honor to represent Dubai Police on such critical topic. Thank you, our panelists, for your valuable insights, and see you around. Thank you.
I would really like to express my sincere thanks to Dubai Police for this excellent summit. I'm particularly pleased to see a whole day in this arena is now dedicated to aviation security. This really demonstrates what a key area aviation security is for both policing and our partners. The session today is in relation to seamless airports redefining the passenger experience through secure innovation. I will just mention a little bit about myself. I have 37 years experience in policing. I manage the national portfolio on behalf of ACC Simon Dobinson, who's in the crowd today, and our core role across the UK in relation to 44 airports is to work with policing, our commercial, government and law enforcement partners to deliver a safe and secure airports. So, without further ado, I'm delighted to introduce Kevin Reardon, Head of Checkpoint Solutions for Smith Detection UK, and Adonis Sukar, the Vice President Business Development for CETA. Thank you. Gentlemen, good afternoon. So in relation to the title of this session, Seamless Airports, Redefining the Passenger Experience Through Secure Innovation, could you give me some examples of where your role is contributing to this area?
Thank you for the question. Is this live? Gavin? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the question, Ian, and it was what is my role or my business's role in achieving seamless security for passengers. Firstly, again, I would like to say thank you for the invitation, and hopefully I'll be able to answer the question succinctly. So the business I'm in is that of producing screening equipment, detection technology looking for weapons, explosives and other prohibited items in luggage. So that's our core business. But I'm responsible for how our devices become part of a solution, how they're integrated into a business-critical operation at the airport, which is screening people and bags. So our role is to develop technology that forms part of a solution. And to do that, we have to be very aware that our solution has to be effective in doing what it's looking for, weapons, explosives and prohibited articles. It has to be efficient in that it doesn't form queues and it doesn't form problems for staff or maintenance, but it also has to support a passenger experience, that a passenger experience on their journey from booking a ticket to boarding an aircraft. The security technology is one of the touch points on that journey, and we can cause difficulty with liquids and laptops as an example. So our role is to collaborate with partners and our customers to integrate technology to deliver the seamless passenger experience.
Brilliant. Thank you, Kevin. Adonis.
Yes, Ian. So it's maybe I take one step back, and when we say redefining passenger experience, I think let's look at what passengers want, and let's look at where airlines and airports are spending their money today. So through some IT insights surveys that we run in CETA with globally with airports and airlines, if we look at where airlines are investing today, the cybersecurity is at the top, of course, for the obvious reasons. Right after that is the passenger process. So airlines today are investing heavily, and when I say heavily, it's really heavily, on how to enhance that passenger experience. If you look at the airport side, it's exactly the same. Now, if we go and ask passengers, what do they want? How do they see the passenger experience? The first thing, the first metric that comes out of that is that 8 out of 10 passengers are today willing to use their biometrics if that's going to help them through the journey, if that's going to enhance the journey. And that's, I think, that's a very good indicator of where things are going. If this is the investment from the airlines, if this is what passengers want, it's going to be really biometrics at the heart of it. And if I want to bring if I want to say the dilemma always in the aviation, especially in the airports, is how do we bring the perfect balance between facilitation and security? Because security is a main topic on this discussion today. And actually biometrics bring this perfect balance between these two. Because in the past, there was a lot of self-service in airports where you lose contact with your passengers completely. You don't know what they're doing, you don't know who they are, you have absolutely no clue until they pass a certain checkpoint where they present their ID. Biometrics bring that. Biometrics brings that balance back, and a lot of things are being introduced in the market today through the aviation bodies that exist, and they are already governing this. And ICAO released the digital travel credentials not long time back, and that changed the whole picture completely, because now that's giving the opportunity for passengers to actually create a digital ID on their mobile phones. That answers so many questions around the industry. So that ticks a lot of boxes in terms of privacy stuff. Maybe we'll get into that a little bit further in the discussion. So today, a passenger is able to create a digital ID that is actually a verified credential that is recognized by everybody around the industry, whether it's government, whether it's airports, whether it's airlines. Even if we go to the tourism industry, this is also expanding all the way to that. So that's a little bit changing the whole thing, how we approach biometrics, and it's sitting at the center of how we redefine this whole experience.
Thank you. So you both talk about the passenger experience and enhancing that, making it perhaps quicker, easier, more an enjoyable experience, less queues at the airport. So, but equally balancing it with what benefits does that bring to law enforcement, airport operators in relation to security and the opportunities that brings. So, Kevin, can you just give us more around, with this technology and making these processes more efficient and quicker, how does that improve our security awareness and detection opportunities?
Good question, Ian. I wish we'd rehearsed that one. I'd like to go back to what Adonis was saying about biometrics, because I think that is part of the baseline, is on this passenger journey I referenced, from the minute you book your ticket to when you check in, to when you bag drop, to when you go through security and you're in retail, they're all touch points for the passenger. They're all opportunities for us to be seamless, to not intervene, to not interrogate, or not to unpack bags. And at each of those touch points, there is data being created or captured or being exchanged. And to Adonis's point, we've demonstrated integrating biometrics at the checkpoint to recognize who you are and associate you with your tray. The system, our screening system, then knows who you are, where you're going, and what your provenance was and what your itinerary is. And our equipment can respond appropriately. So that could be one way of removing gate searches. If at central search you are differentiating between passengers on the route and maybe the threat level, who knows. But the point is there's an overlap between the creation of this personal ID, this data, and how us at the checkpoint, which is the major pain point in that journey, how can we, one, improve the detection of weapons, explosives and prohibited items, to your point. How can we increase that performance through automation? Means the passenger spends less time there, spends more time in retail. Non-aviation revenue is important. So there are no queues landside. There's streamlined processing through the checkpoint with the latest technology, the latest software. So you've got the effective, efficient, and a good passenger experience. Once you integrate innovation, which was another part of the title, in processes, in technology, but also how we use and train staff to carry out that task.
Ian, can I quickly add on that?
Of course.
So, because a very important point. So Kevin talked about the touch points in the airport. So now where we are today is the technology is enabling today passengers to start the process early at home, well before they travel. And if we look at today, unfortunately, it's a fragmented process in the airport. Everybody's working on their own stuff, whether it's security, whether it's process, whether it's operation, whether it's retail, so today this collaboration is the only thing that will enable the real kind of seamless journey and the seamless security, if I may call it like this. So today, when a passenger is creating a digital identity on their phones, right? So by the time they do this and they link this digital identity to their travel, what's happening in the background is airlines are already exchanging data between each other and already with the governments. But today, unfortunately, this goes to a specific entity in the government that is mainly maybe immigration, or maybe sometimes it's only civil aviation, not even the security industries. So just imagine how this would be if an ideal collaboration and data sharing is happening in between. So if I take the touch point Kevin talked about the baggage, so it can be as simple as a passenger arriving to pick up a bag. Kevin said they are integrating biometrics. So the moment you identify a passenger, it's immediately identified. Passenger doesn't need to enroll again to do that. So this data, if it's shared properly, then you know who your passenger is actually before they arrive at the airport. And when they are there, you immediately, this passenger, if they have the right data and they have a security profile, you can bring that back. Passenger doesn't know anything. They just slipped a tray to put their bag in. All this is running in the back end, and you can immediately filter or profile that passenger as a safe traveler, passenger that needs extra attention, or a passenger that needs more, whatever the process is. So it goes all the way to boarding the aircraft. It's the same thing. If someone's not paying their taxes, they can catch them at the gate even. So it's this whole chain. We didn't speak about retail. This is where airlines, and this is actually where airports are more interested. Of course, security is a main topic, but they want to make more money from the retail as well. It's all integrated together, all in the same manner. So collaboration sits at the heart of it. And we cannot collaborate if we don't share data. The data is there. If we share it in the proper way and use it properly, this seamless can expand all the way to not just the experience, but to the security aspects as well.
Yes, and I'd like to reinforce that point around data. One of the catchphrases we use in our business is the future is data-driven, integrated, and open. And I think it's worth unpacking those three words. Data-driven is, as Adonis said, there's a lot of information and data being shared for the processing of people and bags. Less so at security checkpoints, but our devices and all the devices that are deployed are all generating data. They're all generating data about past performance, current performance of throughput as an example, but also future demand on that checkpoint. So that data-driven approach can help manage a checkpoint, can help allocate resources to remove cues. You anticipate, you know what's happened in the past, you know what's happening now, and you can do more and better and plan for the future. So data-driven also helps with service and maintenance. It's literally, as I said, every device generates data. Not all of it is used. It's not always shared where it could be usefully used. And that's where the open comes in. So if the future is data-driven, it also has to be integrated, as Donis was saying, between different business functions to deliver the outcome you want. And the open is the new environment we're in, which is open architecture, which allows us to work with technology partners to share data for mutual benefit and for our customers and for law enforcement and security. So that's what we see, but the trick is, how do we make use of all of the pieces that are available to us now, all the sensors, all the networks, all the data sources? How can we make best use of them to deliver innovation and the seamless experience we're after?
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Adonis. So I guess my question goes back to the issue of data. And I've always felt that we collect data, we have information, we have intelligence in different agencies and different departments, but there's sometimes a reluctance to share, there's a reluctance of trusting others to safely store that information and use that information. So with this increase in data, and you talk about the digital ID, for example, so that would rely on that trust and confidence in that data. How would you go about making people feel confident, whether it's the passenger or the countries, that data isn't going elsewhere?
Yeah, exactly, Ian. A very, very hot topic, actually. So, and this is how ICAO DTC actually ticked few points, but there's a lot more to do, unfortunately, to reach the ideal situation. So there are two elements in your question. So one is, from a passenger perspective, where's my data? These are all the privacy issues and the data privacy. In Europe, it's GDPR. In different parts of the world, it's something else. So, and there's the element of, sorry, how do we share the data? So, the good thing about the ICAO DTC is that the data is stored on our phones. So the passenger owns his own data. No one has the data except for the passenger. And on every touch point in the journey, they will be asked to share not all the data, but what this touch point needs. If it's a check-in, we'll ask to share maybe the name, the passport number, maybe, and the boarding pass information. So they control what to share. And if they don't want to share, they cannot share. It's at the end of the day, it's the passenger choice to opt in a seamless journey or go and wait in a queue. At the end of the day, we give the passengers a choice, whether to go through that or not. So having the data stored on the mobile phones already, this kind of ticks the box of where is my data? Your data is with you. No one has the data. They will ask you what they need. You give them exactly what they need, nothing else. Now, how do we share the data? This is another element of the story, how this is done. It works a little bit like the Bitcoin industry. Today, in the Bitcoin industry, in the digital coins, you hold the coins. What's running on the blockchain is the key only, how to decrypt these and to able to share them. And the ICAO DTC works exactly in a very, very similar manner. You hold the data, and this data is encrypted by a key that comes from ICAO directly. So it's a verified credential, and once you share it, you use the key that is on that blockchain. And this is kind of the work we're doing in CETA to enable that using the ICAO DTC standards. So we share the data through a secure network, and you can share only what the passenger actually accepts to share for this specific touch point.
Yeah, the whole topic is a tricky one, and I'll give you an example of sharing the X-ray images from whole baggage screening from one airport to another one in a different geography across, say, between the UK and the US. The major obstacle was not technical. We can generate X-ray images, we can use various means of delivering those images, but the key challenges were around what you call information assurance, which is confidentiality, integrity and availability of that data, which is personable. It can be personal data, identifying an individual. You want to make sure that when the data arrives at the other end, it hasn't been tampered with, or it hasn't been viewed by somebody else or copied, and it's actually available to the authority at the other end when they need to use it. But all of that is addressable. Information assurance is the topic, but the legal aspects and the agreements that need to be in place to share personal data was one of those issues that, even though the outcome is generally agreed, it's how do you put measures in place that you get those confidentiality, integrity and availability ticked away.
And do we think where are we with that? Do we think we're winning with that argument and those processes, or is there still a lot of work to be done? And what are the blockers?
Well, unfortunately, we have a mountain to climb, I'm afraid, because the technology here is an enabler, right? And the technology is there. The technology is there. It's ready, very mature, very secure. It's just who's willing to sit on the table and say, in order to do this, guys, we need to share data, we need to share information. And this is what's not happening today. Everybody is so much focused on their own concern. for me, the big question is, who's going to lead this change in the travel industry? Because today IATA is so much focused on airlines. The ACI is so much focused on the airports. We have so much smaller entities doing. To me, the big question is, who's going to lead this? Specific countries, specific airlines, specific airports are actually taking that leapfrog step, and they are doing it. So it's doable, but it's who's going to lead this worldwide? This is the big question for me.
It is a mountain to climb, and we're still in the foothills, but I think the answer is from flagship airports who make a compelling business case, which is not just commercial, but it's also, well, primarily commercial, but it can answer questions around preventing unlawful interference and supporting law enforcement. And I think if a flagship airport can pull that together, the technology exists, the risks can be managed, it needs to be presented properly, and a decision needs to be made. And usually it's a proof of concept leading to a trial, leading to operational deployment. All of this is standard 101 program management, but what we're lacking at the moment, I think, is pulling those different strands together, legal, the commercial, the security, the technical, pulling them together and saying, we're doing it, and you need to support us.
No, understood. And I think it goes back to both your points earlier, where you talked about looking at this as a whole journey rather than separate steps. And I think that's what we still do. The booking of the ticket, getting to the airport, going through check-in, going through central search at the gate. I think it's still seen or operated in silo in some respects, but I think it's recognising that it is a whole journey with the same person travelling through. So it's enabling us to see that as a journey. So I suppose one of my questions, and it may seem a bit daft, so with the digital ID, will the paper passport become redundant? Would this be a mandated method of travel? You'd have to have a mobile phone with you to travel, or do you feel that the passport still has some life left in it?
Well, I wish that day comes. Today, look, a very simple example. Today, in Dubai, we don't need to carry our credit cards with us, right? We do a mobile payment everywhere. So for me, it's exactly the same. If you're putting your money and all what you have on that phone, what's preventing from putting that passport on the phone? So again, technology is there. It's just how we do it. Today, unfortunately, we still have airports where they require a paper boarding pass in order to cross. They need to stamp it. So this is the core of the issue. So do we trust the technology? I think there should be more conversations. They should talk to each other more and more about that, because it's there already, and it's not new technology. It's now we're talking about old technology already, and the process is so much behind.
So we have the technology. It's a question of implementing it and having the processes in place. Thank you.
And Ian, the more we adopt these kind of things, the more we can automate the process. And when we automate the process, let's give Shanghai as an example, because the more we adopt this and the more we automate this, that doesn't mean we need less people working on security. We have actually people working on security in a different way, in a better way. So what they did in Shanghai, for example, and a little bit in Dubai as well, here as well. So they automate the process a lot on immigration, and they have the liberty to have roaming agents around the airport. And today technology enables to do things like biometrics on the move, or not necessarily biometrics. They can do so much from a portable device while on the move, while getting more information. They can go and get some passengers right when they step outside of the aircraft, still in that loading bridge. They didn't even reach the terminal yet, and they can maybe clear out some threat-labeled passengers or some complicated situations even before they reach the hot area where we have a lot of queues and a lot of pressure already. So this is for the benefit of everybody, digitizing things, and this enables automating things, and at the end of the day, everybody's benefiting.
Yeah, I'd agree that probably the biggest win towards a seamless experience is automation, be it, it's already started with people booking on their sofa, on their phone. That sort of ease of use is what's driving the passenger demand. for a completely different experience. So automation on ticketing, on check-in, on crossing borders. And as I said, our challenge at the checkpoint, we've got a very particular task we need to do properly. By introducing new processes and new technologies, we can contribute to that journey. So that could be automatic, as we do automatic detection of explosive materials. We can now deploy software that is better than human beings at spotting weapons. If there was a trade-off with the regulator that you didn't need to screen visually every image, like in whole baggage, you would save time and improve processing. New technologies like diffraction can also, that's the niche, as you said. It's a bigger picture, but our niche is to be aware of the extent of the journey and contribute what we can with technology and processes, but also with people. The screeners can be used for different purposes to personalise the experience. I think that's part of the future.
And that was going to be my last question, I think, really, Kevin, is the opportunities that this gives. Do you see this requiring more or less resources at that touch point? And if whatever the answer is, does it allow the staff there to concentrate more deeply in for certain people, on certain flights, and to be more selective in what they're doing because that time has been freed up? And my last question, because I know we have a video to play, and I'm aware we've got about 4 minutes. So with regards to because we have the screens, we have the technology, but we've always got the human factor. So when it comes to the sort of the checkpoint and central search, what's the impact on the testing and exercising and your assurance around the ability of the person responding to the images and being current and accurate?
Well, that's another half an hour discussion, Ian, about the selection and training of screeners. But the challenge is getting more sophisticated. Technology, the user interface, all of that you need to select and train and encourage and monitor and mentor screeners. That's the future, if that's answering your question.
Excellent. Adonis, I know you've got a video to play. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we put, or to introduce the video?
No, I think the video will speak 1,000 words because we spoke a lot about digital ID, which introduces digital travel. So this is just a small video to show you what that means. And what the video is all about is about a trial that we worked on with Delta Airlines and Aruba government. So you will see it. You will see how it works. So a passenger, right from the comfort of their home, they create their own digital ID, and they travel all the way from the US. They land in Aruba, and then from Aruba they go to the final destination, which is the resort. And through all the process, they are using one digital ID. So can you please the video? Yeah. So if you noticed, Ian, it's not just about the airport and the border crossing in Aruba, which was completely seamless. It was just about the off-airport services with the tourist agency in this case, where they use the same one. This is the power of digital travel credentials in that space.
Okay, well, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Adonis. We're coming up to the half an hour. I think for us, you've demonstrated that there is innovation out there, security of that technology and that data is important and is being considered, and the benefits are twofold. The passenger experience, hopefully for the actual operator, for industry, for the flow of passengers, understanding the demand and making sure we've got the right resources, and more importantly perhaps for us in law enforcement is that additional security, knowledge, information and ability to intercept before people perhaps even arrive at the airport, before people land, or as soon as they're getting off the plane, or before they go airside. So thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, thank you, Ian. Sterling job, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, audience. Thank you.
Gentlemen, let's give a great applause to Mr. Kevin, Mr. Ian for their speech. Thank you for joining us today. And keeping the momentum on, we are going to discuss one of the best topics also with Mr. Kenneth, the Senior Vice President of Product and Regulatory at Rapiscan, who will be speaking on smarter checkpoints. Please welcome Mr. Kenneth.
Thank you very much. I can see a presentation. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present and for your attention. Thank you very much to the Dubai Police for setting up such a fantastic summit, and it's a privilege to be here. I'm going to talk a little about the journey towards Checkpoint CT. It's a journey that's happening here as well as many places around the world, starting off in Europe and in certain places in Europe, the US, but it's essentially now a global initiative. Some of the lessons we've learned and some of the things to look out for if it's part of your journey. So basically, there are a number of options at checkpoints. As we move to more and more automation, you can have checkpoint CT, you can have checkpoint multi-view systems with different capabilities and different benefits. Basically, this often goes hand in hand with improvements in people screening, so moving more and more away from walk-through metal detectors to more capable systems, security scanners that have a broader range of capability beyond metal or sometimes a mixture. And then I want to talk a little bit about some of the lessons, training, trials, and so forth, as well as touch on some of the things that are coming up to even further improve the potential experience. So basically, we've moved in many places towards checkpoint CT that has very genuine, tangible benefits in terms of security, much better detection of threats that humans really are not that well equipped to identify on an X-ray machine. With that, a lot of incentives have been brought where you can leave more and more items in bags. We don't have to take all liquids out. We don't have to take all laptops out. Better detection of threats is absolutely key to that. But these are also platforms where we can keep adding capability as time goes on. With that, as I mentioned, if you're not divesting, you're adding more automation. There's a significant improvement in passenger experience. The previous panel focused quite a lot on that, and Kevin mentioned how you can further integrate just beyond the security piece, as well as the efficiencies and benefits for the airport. So with less divestment, potentially more automation, potentially it's less staff, might be just higher throughputs, less divestment, less hassle, less aggravation, less frustrated passengers. So there's a lot of benefits, and we will move more and more towards image on alarm, where the operators can really focus on things that are a threat rather than focusing on every single item in every bag. So in terms of certainly the way the European standards were set, and they're followed very widely around the world, we have these three standards, C1, C2, and C3. With C1, which is typically a dual view or a multi-view, it's providing a level of automation of explosives detection, but you would have to divest liquids and laptops. In some cases, there's an advantage to that. There's not the pressure on time in certain installations. Maybe there's cost limitations that would drive you that way. Has some advantages in that if there are alarms, the items that alarm are often already divested. C2 basically allows you to leave laptops in but still divest liquids. Very often the X-ray machines for C1 and C2 will have a liquid screening capability as well. So there's an advantage in leaving laptops in, though in my experience and all the data I've seen, that you'll get a slightly elevated alarm rate, so then you have to divest the item and resolve the alarm. But basically, we're moving more and more towards the ultimate goal, which is what we call C3 and in the US APSS, which is basically CT machines allowing everything to stay in the bag, do full automated screening, and as I say, be platforms that can basically, one would hope, be future-proof and add more and more capability and automation as time goes on. There is a question. We've had a difficult situation over the last 18 months in Europe with the screening of liquids. We're getting through that now. First systems are starting to be approved that can screen liquids in all sizes. Hopefully in the next few months, all of the manufacturers will have got through that particular burden. But those are the basic items. If you don't do that, it's often required that you do a lot more hand search, a lot more tip. So basically, moving up the technology scale allows you to move away from less human-intensive things. I won't touch too much on our individual products, but we have products for C1 and C3. So CT, what do we get? We get better security, reduced... Excuse me, one second. Thank you for that. I'm glad to see no one ran away. I couldn't really compete with her. But basically, the real benefit, I think, is a platform on which you can build more and more AI, automation, explosives, weapons, chemical threats, prohibited items. And that's something that all of the manufacturers are working on, and the regulators are working with us to enable us to be able to deploy these. One of the things that we say as manufacturers, both Kevin and I work in the European Industry Association closely together, is we need regulation to allow something to happen that says that you can use it. You need requirements for equipment to be able to detect it, and you need testing to prove that it works. And for all of these various additions and increments, we're going to need that, and we're working with the regulators on it. So with 3D, you have much better alarm resolution tools. There's a number of studies from people like CASRA, the European or Swiss-based research company, looking at the benefits of resolving and identifying threats and resolving alarms with 3D. And there's a real marked difference. 3D is really beneficial. That comes at a price, though. The screening time is slightly longer. You get a better result, but it will take longer to analyze bags, typically. So the operator benefits as well as the automation. These systems as well are typically designed to be integrated. So you can have a standalone CT system, but you're really going to get the benefit when you integrate it into a tray return system with all the other automation that goes with that. The aim is we're future-proof. Like I say, these are platforms. We're going to continue developing algorithms. Requirements are going to continue to change. Threats will emerge, and these are the platforms that can address them. The other thing we've been working on as an industry is open architecture. It was mentioned previously, the ability to share data and interoperate. That's going to be enormously beneficial. We already work with people who provide third-party algorithms. Just going to wait a minute. Okay, well, if I can't hear me, I guess you can't. But anyway, so basically, the open architecture piece means that we can work with third parties, we can share the data, whether that's actually image data for training, for algorithm development, or it's more meta and other data for things like preventative maintenance and so forth. But those abilities are coming into our products more and more. One of the things that you'll see, as well as being integrated into tray return systems, very often, and with huge benefit, we have what we call CIP, Central Image Processing, or remote screening, the ability to share images from the machines with different operators. Much as we do in whole bags, the image doesn't necessarily go to the person at the machine, it gets sent to the next available operator. They may be situated in the checkpoint, they may be situated elsewhere for various operational reasons, but it provides real benefits, and certainly when I come on to some of the other things I'm going to touch on, it gives the ability to reduce the staffing levels in general while achieving the same goal. The other things we see with this sort of move towards tray return systems are things like auto reclaim, no intervention in terms of returning trays, things like auto tray cleaning, which was of interest during the pandemic, less of interest now perhaps, but maybe something we should keep in mind, that there's a hygiene issue as well. Okay, 3D imaging I've mentioned, but it gives real benefit to operators. You're no longer just looking at a flat image, albeit a very high resolution, high quality flat image. With 3D, the ability to manipulate, segment, and take things out, virtually separate things like laptops, so you don't have the laptop obscuring the rest of the bag, but you can also see the laptop and see if it's been interfered with. There's real benefits in 3D imaging, but with that comes a requirement for training, testing, certification. So part of the biggest message here is the overall process. We've kind of talked about the curb to gate process on the previous panel. It's beyond that. It's from home when you're checking in, potentially, all the way through. Well, on a similar but smaller scale, you've got to look at a checkpoint as one process, really. So you have the trays and bags from the passengers' goods. You have the people screening. That's very important. And then you have other secondary issues, might be alarm resolution, might be shoe screening, whatever it is. But it's one process working together. And you need to balance that, because if you've got loads of people at the back end having to take their shoes off and you can't feed the machine, the whole thing dies. Equally, if you've got starvation at the other end, it doesn't work. You've got to basically keep the whole process working together and try and match all of the different processes so that you've got no single bottleneck and no dieback in the process. And with that comes, what's your operation? We certainly, the local airport to me in the UK, their focus is 100% on throughput. They have 27-meter lanes with 12 staff per lane to get people through. There are other airports where security is the absolute paramount. This is all we care about. Doesn't matter how long it takes. There are other places where there's a balance of space, CapEx, OpEx, whatever. And getting that balance right for your operation is absolutely key. So on that note, we've done a lot of modeling, we've done a lot of tests, we've done a lot of trialing. It's not something manufacturers necessarily want to do, is a lot of trials, because it's very expensive, but it's a real benefit, and it's really useful for customers to understand their requirements, what's most important to them. Nearly always security and meeting the regulated requirements, that's the #1 goal, but once you go beyond that, is it footprint? Have you got constraints there? Is it staff? Is it throughput? And balancing all of those things. We do a lot of modeling and trying to match the various processes, which is very important. So that's something we've found to be tremendously beneficial, making sure that people understand the processes that they're putting in place, trying to identify in advance any bottlenecks or any issues, any gotchas that you can fix in advance. And you can find quite often fairly minor process issues. Put a second person on search, if search is the bottleneck, that enables the checkpoint to keep flowing. Or maybe it's the other way around. Put another person on divestment, put extra signage up so that people are divesting and reducing the need for searches in the first place. So these are the things that we can model and we'd love to work with our customers on. I'm sure it's the same for all of the manufacturers. So really, the lesson we've learned, it's absolutely key to understand your operation and what your requirements are. With good requirements come good outcomes. We need to model and balance the processes. We've also got to manage the introduction. Before you put something new in, it's probably good to have a baseline and know what your actual requirement is, what the baseline is, understand the KPIs and what you're trying to achieve, measure them, benchmark, and then you can basically adjust and meet the goal you're looking for. The other thing that we've learned is training is key. It's absolutely crucial to train staff. We nearly always see that the screening times when you move to 3D go hugely up, and then they come down quite quickly. You can circumvent that. You can do a lot of training in the classroom to reduce that initial hit in terms of issues you see at the checkpoint. You don't have to do it live. You can do it offline and prepare as much as you can. The operation of a tray return system, they're not that complicated, but they get amazingly difficult sometimes if you don't use them right. So actually understanding the pinch points and how you keep things moving is important. And having your staff understanding that, but also the preparation of passengers. We're now in a situation where you go through many airports around the world where you're shouted at to be told to not divest your liquids, not take your shoes off. So it's good to get these things right and prepare your passengers. Otherwise, you have a lot of unnecessary delays and inefficiency. Okay, so just talking a little bit, and it was mentioned previously about where we're heading towards. We're now pretty much rolling out EDS with the automated systems and the tray returns and the CIP and the image sharing and so forth. One of the things that we're moving towards, which is both a security benefit but potentially also a massive efficiency benefit, is automating the detection of prohibited items. So whilst the machines can outperform people in terms of finding explosives, they can also outperform people in terms of identifying prohibited items. This is obviously a huge security benefit, but it also removes the need to show every image of every bag to an officer. If you can reduce that because you're automating a big part of their job and taking away the biggest risks, there's a huge benefit. Most of the regulation that I'm aware of will always require a percentage of bags to be looked at, but we're moving towards standards that would eventually require very, very little human implementation. We'll move to image on alarm, the way that we have image on alarm in whole baggage, with huge staff savings, which means those staff can be applied to other issues, and you can potentially massively upskill the staff you do have super users, if you will. There's all sorts of ways you can cut that pie and basically implement it. We're partnering with various people. There are third-party algorithm developers working on this, as well as the OEMs themselves. You will see over the course of the next year probably several APIDS algorithms becoming available. APIDS, by the way, automated prohibited item detection software. And that will eventually move us to not 100%, but by the time we get to the end goal, it will be a very low percentage, and then image on alarm, only looking at explosives alarms and APIDS alarms. Okay, the other thing is, certainly the way much of the regulation's set up right now, with EDS for cabin baggage, if you identify an explosive threat, many places, for good reasons I won't get into, will not allow you to do an on-screen alarm resolution. In the checkpoint, you don't necessarily need to have a fully formed IED, so it could be any organic matter or inorganic matter for that matter. So it's not always possible to be completely confident in alarming resolving alarms on screen. Hence, having a very low false alarm rate to reduce the need to open bags, take items out, do ETD measurements, do hand search, has a huge benefit. We're working, various people are working with a company called Halo, and other people are working on similar technologies to reduce that EDS false alarm rate in the first place. Because if you can't resolve it, you've got to open the bag. Therefore, if you can drive that alarm rate down, there are enormous benefits. There are pilot deployments already going on at Copenhagen and Amsterdam. We're in the later stages of ECAC testing. Halo doesn't just work with us, by the way, they work with all the other manufacturers as well. Finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit about testing and certification, training and certification. One thing that's very important is the ability to actually certify your staff. It's one thing training them. How do you know they're performing? Okay, well, you have tip scores and you can look at that, but also you should be testing them in the classroom before they actually let out into the wild. We've worked with CAA International, the UK CAA, to develop the X-ray competency test that's used by the UK government. It's not manufacturer specific, it's generic. There are various interfaces that can match the various machines in the field, as well as generic interfaces. But the essence is, this is the certification test the UK government uses. The UK government's interested in more widely deploying it, basically. So if there's any interest in that, please let me know, and I can put you in contact either with the CAA or with our training teams who can pass that on. So in summary, CT offers better security, more seamless operations. It's never going to be totally seamless once you've got human beings involved, but we can get more and more there, take away a lot of the confusion by moving to next generation technologies. It's absolutely crucial you understand your operation and your requirements, and your manufacturers will work with you to try and optimize for the best for your operation. We're working towards driving down even more false alarms and taking away the requirement to look at every image. And then the final thing, and I can't really stress this enough, is training is absolutely crucial, whether it's your staff, the operators, your staff running the checkpoints, and patronizingly training the passengers that they know what they're getting into. I think that's very, very important. And with that, I believe that's the end of my presentation. So I'd like to thank you for your attention, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kenneth, for this rich presentation. So next in line, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Mr. Andrea Fiocchi from the heart of Italy. He will be sharing with us the Italian experience in CRBN threats and how to secure, let's say, airports against bombs. That's it. Please welcome Mr. Andrea.
Hello, everyone. I apologize for my English, but unfortunately I'm an Italian. Today, we are speaking about why it's become necessary to implement the VDD operators' cyber knowledge and the way of the Italian State Police implement the cyber threat and the operator safety being the property. After the last international event, the Italian State Police think the cyber threat is the future of the threat. We want to focus on implement our knowledge of UDD operator on cyber threat. Airports, as we know, is like a big crossroad every day for million people and a lot of goods. Flying is cheaper than it used to be, and everything included our travel and become fast in recent years. The use of traveler along the fastest, most effective for any transports. In this case, we have the statistic of Malpensa Airport. We have implement in 20 years, 25 years, the people in 45% and the goods in 135%. In recent years, the social media has become an essential part for everyone and for everyone's life. People travel cheaply, often just post most beautiful photo for most beautiful place or unusual place. This means not all tourists have an ethical understanding of the tourism video. Everyone posts every story, every video, give the impression to traveling in certain condition is a safety, easy, and accessibility for everyone, without considering the health risk and there might be a quarter. During the volcanic eruption We have a lot of gases are released. Someone take pictures, photos, or videos from a foreign country. Somewhere else, take a souvenir. In this case, in the border control of Europe, the police find the clothing and the soil from Chernobyl, contaminated by cesium-137. About 4,075 radioactive materials have been lost around the world in the last 30 years. We can guess first may end up being as soil illegally. Moving these materials without knowing, without being carefully, can be really bad for the people's health. In this case, one people taking his backpack, a surgeon, source, and after 3 hours and a half, his backpack burning in this condition. Think about these guys can take a plane, sit near of you in the plane, and you stay there without know if in the backpack there is a surgeon, is a source of isotope. This can be very hard for our life. In 2022, Italy participated in the airport project, Train the Trainer, CBRN. The trainer for CBRN instructor with the specific skills of CBRN in airport environment. At the end of the process, the Italian State Police have journeyed to trial a portable detection instrument for use in airport environment. Besides stopping dangerous and radioactive stuff from moving illegally, using these tools can really help to find the CBRN threat, understand what the problem is, and figure it out. It's super important for the bomb expert like me, especially if this bomb there is a bomb with a chemical or radioactive bits inside. Knowing where the main charge of the device is a purely explosive or the CBRN agent inside, the choice of the type of the procedure for approach of this object. In this case, this is an example with a detection tool for the chemical agent put on the robot we have in a bomb squad of Italy. With this robot, with a remote control, we can go in to find and search something chemical agent, some chemical agent have in one closed environment or open environment. Using equipment that we better identify the detonator can be help the first information to right from the start. This can be help to decide if we want the type of PPE we have to use in different sessions. To choose the type of filter is more important for our breath and for breathe the correct air. After the experimentation, we will include the cyber expert within our operation threat assessment to identify the correct threat and prevent any action that could be release an hazardous substance in the environment. This is an example for normal IED and example of IDD. In the IED, the main charge is explosive. And explosive, we know what we can do to resolve the intervent with explosive. But it's not the same to resolve the intervent with IDD, with the dispersal device, because the main charge is not normal explosive, but is a chemical agent or radioactive materials, and the charge is only for broken the box contain the substance. The bomb disposal expert of Italy operate both in urban environment and airport environment to prevent any explosion of any threat. Spreading the chemical agent into the open area is very dangerous, but nothing compared to the closed environment. In the open environment, then with a simple caution and simple calculator on free app like Air 2024, you can figure it out, the wind direction and how to cordon and after that area and the direction to send the emergency service. The release of biological or chemical agent inside the confined space want to spread a dozen kilometers, but it will definitely be hazard to control. The forces ventilation system of the airport, for example, will carry the substance in the opposite end of the building in just a few minutes, making it hard for the police to close off the affected area. Therefore, time is very important for figuring out the threat and for deciding the right action and gear the first responder near to use the PPE. In conclusion, the really important thing to remember is the time we have and the time when there is attack or release inside the closed environment. We have no time for release and for detect the substance. And so, after we have a cyber threat, we have to stop the fun immediately to close the release in only one corner of our airport, theater, or cinema. And the third, we have to check how much the oxygen we have in the zone where the substance are released. Because under the 17% of the oxygen, the people can breathe. And so the using of the normal mask with the filter is not correct. We have to use a special breathing like ARAC that is a special breathing with a compressed air self-command. And this breathing apparatus give us the normal air to operate everywhere with every release. We have biological release or chemical release too. This is me with my Swiss bomb and my RAC system. And so, the health of the law enforcement officer who are called to respond must to be most important thing. If they don't have the right preparation, training, a protective gear, the PPE, we not to be able to resolve a dangerous situation, and more people should be get hurt. Thank you for your kind attention. In that corner, there is my QR code. And if you have any question, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrea, for this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we start the next session, I would like to bring to your attention, if you would like a better experience for the sound or translation, you can use the headsets on the chairs. Okay, so next we will have in line a session. Just give me a second. So, a holistic introduction to the safety of airports perimeters. We will have Engineer Boti Ahmed Gurwash, Enslitan, and moderated by Engineer Buthaina Belahmar. She is an engineer from Dubai Police. Please come to the stage, take us through this presentation, introduce us how leveraging AI drones and advanced surveillance can help us secure the airports. Please come to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the World Police Summit 2025. My name is Buthaina Belhamar. I'm from the Unmanned Aerial Systems Center at Dubai Police. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today, and I'm honored to moderate this session. As we all know, airport security is facing new and complex challenges, from drones breaching airspace to cyber threats targeting critical systems. Traditional fences and surveillance are no longer enough. That's why today's discussion focuses on building integrated, intelligent, and collaborative approach to perimeter defense. I'm excited to be joined by two incredible experts who bring deep insights, hands-on experience in aviation and data-driven security. Before we begin, Mr. Bati is going to share with us a presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of the World Police Summit. It's a great pleasure to be part here and sharing knowledge with everyone. It's been a great event. I've gone through around, and it's a lot of insights, a lot of ideas, things that we can take forward. I'm just sharing some of the things that we do at Dubai airports to take things even further. So I'm not going to take much of your time. We'll go through the slides, and then we can have a talk about it. So this is just an insight. So what do we want to talk about? What are we going to be covering? What are the things that we should be looking into the future? So airport perimeter process, as how we used to be, is not sufficient anymore. So what's going to take us even further with the evolution of threats that we're facing day by day? The presentation also explores emerging technologies that we can utilize, something maybe that you can have an idea, something that maybe doesn't work now, but it will work something in the future. When we look at this image, this is what we're doing now. It's just
normal physical way of operating. So we have flights that we should protect, barbed wires, lights and cameras. This is the old traditional way of doing things. What we're looking for is, even before going to that step at the end, things that we should consider. Whereas we're having, like if I'm talking about Dubai airports, it's 24 kilometers protection that we need to protect. What we call is a vast and complex situations. We have buildings, we have rises buildings, we have different kind of terrains that we should take into, as well as greenery. We also have limitation of human efforts that they put, which could be within fatigue. It could be within the reduction of manpower that we have, because as we grow, the limitation of human manpower was always with us throughout the journey. And we're always trying to catch up, but we have to be smarter than that. We have obsolete technologies, silos. We're having where systems doesn't talk to each other because of the time of investment, and when we could even have like different kind of technologies that comes from different regions of the world. The last thing is the delay in response, and this is what happens with different kind of not having practical implementations, not doing it at the right time. It all affects how we deploy our resources, how we respond to threats. So we go into smart technologies. What are the smart technologies that we are talking about now? What can we do different? We've reached to a point where AI is taking over with a lot of changes. And that is the way forward. And even if you are against AI, there is no way other than that going forward, because AI does the analysis quicker, faster than the human brains. You still need the human intervention, but AI is the way going forward. So machine learning, algorithms, going into facial detection and as well as recognition of individuals. That is the way of the future. Anonymous drones, and no, it's not just about drones, it's unanimous vehicles, unanimous implementations, there's unanimous canine dogs now. So all of that kind of unanimous implementation is going to come in the way to go with the live feed, the better resolution, better ideas and cameras as technology advances. The last thing is the advance of surveillance systems. Surveillance systems is not something new, but what made it strong now is the back end, where software have evolved into covering more than just being the normal software that you like. It covers everything. And from, if we're looking about objects that are moving by time or not being moved by time, individuals, actions, things that you would like to find out. So this is where we were trying to reach, where we have to analyze the time and speed above ground and time and speed on ground, and the efficiency of what we're doing. Does it serve the purpose of where we are going in that direction? The new benefits that's added with the technologies and smart technologies that we introduced. So we're having real-time decision-making, makes it quick, faster, addressing the threats that we have to look into. We want operational efficiency, less dependency on manpower, reducing the manpower even going further. But this is something we don't expect within Dubai airports. The more we do more transactions, the more manpower we need them to even clear. So it doesn't go in co-relevance where if I say I'm going to get a machine that's going to be even doing the service, that I'm going to reduce the manpower. Actually, we start using our manpower smarter in a better way and more efficient way. You will always have that kind of growth. The proactiveness and monitoring, where 24/7 coverage, that's going to be available in that location, as well as you don't need to look into the blind spots that you had before, because you know that systems are there to do their things, and the system will always do what it's programmed for, unless you go into the machine learning, taking it to the next level in implementation. Centralizing all of that into an integrated centralized database, or not only database, it's a centralized CPU where it's like the brain of the heart, where everything goes into place. And that's going to make the difference in connecting all of the other devices to the service of the human need that we need, if we are talking about perimeter or even in other security implementations. This is just to give you what we have done. So if I talk about Dubai airports, we do have integrated center with smart sensors, thermal cameras, and facial recognition. Is it enough? Maybe it was sufficient at the time of installation, but as we grow more and more, as we have more complex operation, we have to even elevate it, where we have to take it down to reduce the false alarms, to reduce in a different way. Technologies evolve. What was installed in 5 years is not sufficient for the next 5 years that's going to come. If I'm going to talk about Doha, Doha is utilizing the AI-based in their operation. Heathrow started the pilot projects for using autonomous vehicles for perimeter. In all of that, what are we looking for? What are we trying to achieve? That is the results. The result is a measurable, improved operation in detection of breaches, also in the reduction of incidents and quick response time to improve our operational. Every second counts in Dubai airports. In Dubai airports, we do 52 to 55 flights an hour. Every second of that, making sure that that aircraft lands and take off is important for us. This is just images of implementations that have been implemented. This is just an idea to give you on what kind. Do we want to have the swarms of drones? Are we even there yet? Maybe not that far, but this is just to give ideas on what is the implementation. The road ahead, where are we going? What's there? We want predictive analysis. We want it to be smarter, faster, real-time analysis. We want drone swarms in all kinds. That serves the purpose. It's not just a show-off that we're going to be demonstrating. It has to do an added value in the process to make it worth it. A computing edge technology that's always going to be evolving and dynamic with the threat and change that's happening. Finally, not to forget, all of this is going to be linked into a network that has to be cybersecurity proof. Focusing on that cybersecurity as we grow in with more intellectual, with more understanding, cybersecurity takes a bigger role in the future. I'll leave you with the conclusion. So the conclusion that we want to share with you is to summarize it as the whole presentation is having airports are not, the airport perimeter is not as it used to be anymore. It's evolved into having that technology edge that serves the purpose. If we are going to go in Dubai, we're going for DWC with the final view of having 40,000 kilometers. We have to go in that role. And this is where we are heading to. We have to be smarter. We have to depend on technology, not only strengthening the security, which is a physical security, but also our capabilities and sustainability. The second idea is technology-driven approaches no longer optional in life. It is essential. If you never imagine that you would, first thing when you wake up every day, you check your mobile phone. It starts to become a habit where technology is an essential part in the daily day-to-day life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Buti, for your presentation. So let's dive in deeper. First question is, how has Dubai Airport evolved its perimeter security strategies to adapt to emerging aerial and ground-based threats?
So Dubai airports evolved by time. So, and also incidents that happened throughout the experience of Dubai airport. We did, in the beginning, we're depending on patrols, we're depending on, and also not to forget the amount of effort the police, Dubai Airport Police was with us day by day, going into covering providing that security. So the Dubai growth came by time, Dubai growth came by necessity of need and maintaining number one thing for all of us, which is the operation of the airport. That's something that we always have, that's our goal, no interruption to our airports. As of now, as I said, we're having the thermal cameras because we're following the idea of detection and trace. There is no means if I just detect. I have to know where he gone. And that is the methodology behind where we are now.
And if you can tell me, what role does human training and community engagement play in complementing technology, based on security measures?
So, of course, with a lot of technologies, with a lot of processes, we should never forget our human, because that is our dependency in the end, where they can take and make decisions. So we do a lot of drills, a lot of exercises. There's a lot of things that we interfere within the airport, within the aviation. So that's one of the things. And
thanks. Just wanted to add on here. I think what Mr. Putti has mentioned is very true. You can have all the technology in the world, the best technology ever, but if your users are not confident about using that technology, or they only know how to use it in exercises, it's not going to do very much. So there's a mixture that's needed in training of training your people on how to use the technology and then actually trusting it in real life, as well as including automation. One point about community engagement, if I may. What we've seen so far, or what we've talked about so far, is a discussion of airport security at the perimeter, and very rightly so for Dubai. But where I'm from, in Singapore, the focus has been on multiple levels of perimeter security, all the way up to the actual airport, airside and landside. And that's just because we are a really small place. Right outside, you've got major buildings and major residential areas. So one example we have of community engagement is where the Air Force is very sensitive, an Air Force base, right? It's right next to residential houses. And they're very sensitive about drones flying near them. And it becomes a very simple thing. It's not a technology solution. It's going to these people, these residents, giving them flyers, talking about it, engaging them to come into the airbase to take a look around, but then educating them as well that it's not only drones, but if you want to, you can't fly kites in the area. You know, you can't have all these issues that might lead to FOD damage on the ground. So that's one thing I wanted to add about community engagement at perimeters. For some places, it starts very far out, and then in additional layers all the way up to the fence. Yeah.
I will just like that as well. It's very much true. Security is built on layers. So that is the concept of when building security.
So for Mr. Inslee, there's a question for you. How can data fusion and predictive analytics enhance threats detection and response capabilities at airport parameters?
So the first part about data fusion, I think some of it was mentioned in your presentation already. Everyone has bought many CCTVs, many drones, many systems over the years. You're never going to have everything together at one shot and all of them talking to each other. There'll be items that have been deprecated over the years that need to be replaced, and they'll be replaced with new things. Every single vendor out there, and they're doing very good stuff, they might not always have the ability to talk to other collection systems. So I think it's imperative to be clear about the fact that the data streams from all these areas, first off, need to be integrated with each other into a common, data model or warehouse or whatever it is. And then after that, you can run your analytics on it to make an understanding of what's going on right now. And then we come to prediction. And the prediction, I think some of the other speakers earlier today mentioned it as well, like for behavioral detection. And the point was not getting them when they do something, but catching them when they're doing their pre-planning and surveillance. Now that's a very light touch. They might be just driving past the perimeter once in a while. That's not going to breach anything on the fence, but if you knew that this car, for some strange reason, kept going past the place every week or so, that could be a red flag. And it's something for the security guys to take a look at. And so we're not always trying to say that prediction is going to tell you a breach is coming or an attack is coming. But it's also to keep you aware of the different levels of probability that something might happen and allow you to take that risk-based approach that we're always trying to get to. Yeah.
So could you share an example where integrating multiple security data streams has delivered measurable improvements?
So just one thing, as some kind of background, so I'm from Singapore and it's a small city state. And over the years, we've been putting many, many CCTVs around the entire island. So this is not a story specifically about airports. But when you have 250,000 CCTVs in the island, some of them, won't be able to talk to each other, and they won't talk to a central system, and you won't know, the current standard nowadays is when something happens, some analyst somewhere has to figure out, okay, which camera is that one? And then go to that camera, and then scroll back a bit to see what happened just before to understand what's been happening, and then go forward a little bit to see where maybe the perpetrator has gone. The idea is, how do you get all this into a platform that gives you real-time processing to understand what's been happening? Is that person, if you have biometric surveillance, link that person with his past behavior, and then figure out where he might be going, who his associates might be, has he gotten into a car or vehicle that he's associated with, and then from there, continue post hoc trying to find out where he's been. So that's the kind of integration, right, that leads to benefits, because if not, it's a guy with a monitor and trying to scroll backward and scroll forward, just trying to find out what happened.
Exactly.
If I can add, I think one of the main benefits that we're having within our landside security is the Ayun, which is looked after by the Dubai police. It's a great initiative that saved a lot in landside protection, and it made the difference. Even though that people are not everyone that's coming to the airport are traveling, but Ayun identified the people who are coming, even if they're having any issues, and police could immediately track and respond.
Yeah, just to add to that, right? It's that idea of, can you detect suspicious behavior, loitering, surveillance, perhaps standing nearby a restricted area, just trying to understand who can get in and who can get out. We talk a lot with the people in the biometric security space, and what we realize is biometrics is a great way to secure access control. But what happens if they don't get there? What happens if they're just 5-10 meters away, but looking at what's going on? So it's important to have, as the title says on the on this event, right? It's holistic. It's not one system, it's multiple systems working together, being able to talk to each other to give you a holistic sense of how things work.
So as drones and autonomous vehicles increasingly operate near airports, how can perimeter security systems adapt to address these risks? Anyone can share.
I'm sorry, drones and autonomous vehicles, right?
Increasingly operate near airports. So this is one of the biggest challenges now. How can perimeter security systems adapt to address these risks?
Well, now we're getting drones doing the perimeter security, right? And I think that's going to be, my understanding is that there'll be a lot of traffic control required to make sure that all these flight paths don't intersect with each other. But one of the other concerns that I tend to look at was just outside the fence, where you've got civilian people or people who are up to no good using drones for other issues. And so it was a mixture. The solution there was like a mixture of sensors like radars and optical sights to detect stuff, to detect a rogue drone coming on board. But what happens after that? You can't send a person out there to catch a drone, really. But so you then started to think about counter-drone measures. And now we see a lot of that in Ukraine, in some other areas. And I think there's some exhibitors here today with counter-drone technology. I would submit that there are two options there, depending on where you are. One is truly a handheld drone catcher equivalent. And the second would be one which uses emissions control to jam signals from that drone to make sure that it doesn't do something bad.
What lessons or best practices from military airbase security can be applied to enhance civilian airport parameters?
So in relation to us, so Singapore is a place where you've got a military airbase right next to Changi Airport. And basically the security is integrated with each other. military bases are far more concerned with active threat kind of breaches. So where the concepts are exactly the same. From the outer edge, you're looking at cyber security issues and potential infiltration into SCADA systems. Coming towards the fence, you've got a clean zone for drones. Singapore had a threat from a guy with trying to shoot down planes with an RPG, to SAM missiles and drones, all the way to the fence where the usual technologies that we talk about now are important. But I think the other issue was that, with a military airbase, you've got active response. You've got military police and airport security guys on the ground who are able to get sent out there to make sure that the area is secure. The interesting thing is, if you only have like 5 teams to respond, but you have 6 alerts at the same time, how do you differentiate where to go? And I think that's where something like AI or data might come in to tell you, you have a heat map, exactly, yes, of which are the risks of higher priority, as well as where are your resources and which one can be directed so that all of them can be responded to as efficiently as possible.
Just talking from Dubai airports, learning, I think if we're talking about civil airports, it's very important to understand your nature, what's your threats, what your surrounding, and what's impact. All of that.
For free tools and solutions. My background is 35 years in law enforcement at the following organizations, and it's based on the last 20 years as a covert internet investigator. So what you have to ask yourself, we're talking about our digital shadows. And our digital shadows that we have are, we think, based on what we put on the internet, and they're not. Our digital shadows are the things that we don't control. We don't have control over the system. We don't control what we do. We think we have control and we don't. That's how we're going to catch people. You download an app. It could be a jogging app, a cycling app, a skiing app. It doesn't matter what you download. And you download it so that you can see how fast you're going and how far you've done and stuff like that. But in the background of this, they geolocate you all the time. So they would constantly geolocate you. After you've been to the ski slope at the mall, after you've finished running, you still get geolocated. Where do you get geolocated? The ski slopes, yes. In the ski chalet, driving to work, getting a coffee here, absolutely. You agreed to it in the terms and conditions. Taking the kids to school, me here. Amazon are watching me right now on this stage. They know where I am because I agreed to it, because it's in the terms and conditions. All of the above. What do you think, or your target thinks, that they control on their phone? Geolocation, GPS, privacy, private messaging, disabling the camera and the microphone. Do you think you can do that? That's how we catch people. My background is extreme and advanced open source scraping. And I find this for everybody. I train governments and police units around the world. I travel the world a lot, training units. I come to you and I teach you how to geolocate and build a digital profile on your target. And it's easy once you know how. When I was growing up, it was just my friends and my family that knew my date of birth. Now who knows it? Bank, WhatsApp, Starbucks, Facebook, Candy Crush. You want to geolocate somebody, look at their games. I was in the counter-terrorism unit, and I asked my boss if I could get a court order to look at Candy Crush for somebody. And they said, but we're the counter-terrorism unit. I said, yes, I will find them, and I did. I found everywhere they went, the dummy runs, the associates, the other people in their cell, because of a game, because they're human. When you're trying to find somebody by their digital shadow, stop looking at them. You don't want to look at them. You want to look at their family around them. You want to look at their footprints that they get from other sources. I'm on Facebook. It's a fake name. It's a fake ID. But if you were to research my wife and my son and my daughter, you will see they're all friends with somebody with a name from this region. That's me. It's my sock puppet. Because I don't have anything in my name apart from LinkedIn. So by looking for me, you stop looking at me and look at my digital family. Look at the structure around me. Look at the structure that I can't control. I was working with Dubai police before COVID, and they asked me to find somebody who had stolen several $1 million from a bank in Dubai. What I did was, I looked at his family. I found his daughter doing a TikTok video, and out of the window of her bedroom, I could see a mosque. I cropped it, put it through Google Images, found out where the apartment block was where he was hiding. Because he didn't say to his daughter, oh, by the way, I stole a lot of money from the bank. I am going to, I'd like you to come off TikTok. He didn't do that. So that's how you catch people. You catch people by that. Another guy stole a lot of money from a bank, and he bought his mum a Range Rover in Dubai. And all we did was found a picture of that, of him buying his mum a Range Rover, and we got the registration plate of his car. Digital shadow. He had no choice. The dealership took a picture of him. The biggest lie on the internet. You've all done it, and so have I. Everybody in this conference, everybody in this country, everybody in this world has done this. You didn't read them. They're too long. What you did do was you just accepted them. And in the terms and conditions, they have things like this, guys. Look at this one here. This service ignores you. So you can say, please don't track me. But one of the services, this is the website, TOSDR. But the website shows you the terms and conditions. Did you know that when you agree to terms and conditions, that sometimes they say, oh, we're going to ignore everything you've said? That's how you're going to catch people. People getting geolocated without even realizing it. How many, and this is hypothetical, I'm not asking you to put your hands up, how many people in the room have put the slider to say, do not track? Well, here, PayPal, Amazon, Oppo, Vodafone, they all say, if you say do not track, we'll still track you anyway. Is that okay? And you said yes. That's how we're going to catch people, by them not knowing how they're being exploited. You've all been exploited. You are all on these sites, every single one of you. I didn't say you opened an account. I said you're on these sites because your daughter, your wife, your son, your partner, your mum, your dad, your best friend, the person you work with is on this site. And you're in the contact list that they said yes to. That's how you're going to catch people, by finding a Facebook fragment of data that they don't even know they have. That's how you're going to catch people. That's what I teach on my course. I come to your office and I teach you how to find these digital footprints. I guarantee that if any of you give me your cell phone number or your email, I will tell you where you live within 15 minutes. I will do it. So you get me out to your office and I teach you how to do this to threat actors and bad people. because we are all subject to social engineering. Look at these numbers. These numbers are insane. These numbers are absolutely insane. But we can only get 1% of this. But 1% is still massive. 1% is still huge. You look for somebody's digital shadow. Look for what they have no control over. You are on websites, you don't even know it. Amazon, I can tell you now, and I can prove it if anybody wants to come to the UWL site. Amazon is in your phone right now, reading your WhatsApp and reading your private messages. That's correct, I just said Amazon. You might say, we don't even have Amazon in our country. It doesn't matter. You allowed them in the terms and conditions. You didn't read them. That's how we catch people. Digital shadow. See the profile through others. Look at families. Look at extended families. Look at people that they work with.
This is an official announcement for World Police Summit. There's a live hacking session going to be taking place at 4 p.m. Make your way to Arena B. Arena B for a live hacking session. Don't miss it.
Don't miss it. So, how do you covertly look at somebody's account or look at somebody's footprint on the internet without them seeing? If you go to somebody's LinkedIn or Facebook page, they get told you came and looked. If you haven't got a Facebook or LinkedIn page, they'll get where you're from. They'll say somebody in Dubai on this IP address came and visited you 3 times. They will see that. So go to these websites. You're not going to the website. If you go to Wayback Machine or to Outwit Hub, you don't actually go to the website. You go to a copy of it so they don't see you. It's covert. Choose your browsers carefully, guys. When you're browsing, it's in the Oxford English Dictionary. Let's Google it. No, don't Google things. This is what Google does to you every time you sit at your desk and you go online. Does this. And you can say, Mark, in our organization, we've got a really good firewall. It doesn't matter. They will bypass the firewall by coming through pixel beacons and images. So it doesn't matter. All I'll say to you guys is, can you see images when you open source at your office? If the answer is yes, they come in and read what you're doing. So don't. Think about the best option. Think about the best thing you can do. And it's not Google. These are some of the safest browsers. Now, my weapon of choice is Firefox. But you have to do something to Firefox. So when you're back at your desk, go to Firefox, download it, add these. Add these to Firefox, and you will disappear. You will become invisible without using a VPN. It allows all the cookies to come in and doesn't let them out. So you have the cookies coming into your machine, and you refuse to let them leave so they don't report on you. Oh, by the way, when you go to this, when you do this, numbers come up. You'll see Ghostery, and a number will come up saying 34. If you click on it, it'll show you 34 companies coming in and reading your operational documents on your machine. That has to stop. I'll teach you how to do that. Just get me out to your country. If you want to be really sneaky, you can convert your Windows 10 machine into a Nintendo Wii and broadcast that you're a Nintendo Wii. You can broadcast that you're a Kindle just by adding these to Firefox. So you're hiding and you're actually mimicking and masking your identity. Your target deletes their picture and deletes their profile stuff online. It's like you going to the newsagent in the foyer here and buying one copy of your national newspaper and tearing it up and thinking that it's gone. That's what the internet is. After about 15 seconds, you post something online, 15 seconds later, that's it. You will never get it off the internet as long as we have oxygen on the planet. So think about that as an investigator. Think about that as something that you can exploit. Absolutely. What about the others? What about all the other copies of the newspaper? The internet works in the same way. Can't find the data online? Go to Archive Today. If you go to the black box, that's Wayback Machine. If you can't find something, you're looking for your target's profile, can't find it, go to the red box. This happens. The red box creates a crawler program that crawls every server on the entire planet over the next 2 hours and finds the data you need. For 6 hours, on March the 15th, 2019, Brenton Tarrant's Facebook page was live during the attack where he attacked and killed a number of people in New Zealand in a mosque. His page was alive for 6 hours. The world unanimously deleted it. You can go to that page and watch the video. And you go, hold on, Mark, you just said it was deleted. No. They deleted as many as they could, but they couldn't delete all the copies. They'll be there forever. Forever and ever. And the links are there to the video. You get somebody who posts something, and this is a historic tweet from 8 years ago. Nothing wrong with that tweet. What he actually posted 8 years ago, and 2 minutes before this, when he changed it, was the original tweet. The original tweet was offensive. It was racist, and it was sexist. And he went, oh, I shouldn't have done that. 9 years ago, he did that, and he deleted it straight away. It's still there. I can take you, if you come to the UWL stage, I can take you to it and show it to you. It was alive for like 15 seconds, and I can still get to it. Never say never. Think about leaks. Epios is probably the best email one. Have I been PWNED for emails to see if it's been leaked? You'll find my bank details on there where my data was leaked for my gas bill. I am rushing through this. I only have 20 minutes. I wish I had 3 hours, but I haven't. You want to do safe searching, hidden searching? Use these search engines. I have caught more terrorists with Jibru than any other search engine on the planet because it doesn't censor anything. It doesn't stop me from seeing everything. Google does, Jibru doesn't. Completely dark search engine, impersonalize me. Completely dark. Nobody can see you doing the search. Why are you using Google when you can use this? What you must do with all images. Don't just do a Google search, do every one of these. You will find people. You will find those people on here. We look at a picture, look at what's in the picture, identify where it is, identify the window it was taken from. Because of the clues in the image. Crop a window, it tells you where the picture was taken. Outwit Hub is a really good tool to go and harvest all the images on a website without going to the website. If you're interested in more, guys, come and see me at the UWL AZ1 stand. My book is being launched in 2 weeks' time. It's an investigator manual on everything you'll ever need to know forever on how to do this stuff and catch people online by their digital profiles. You can do a pre-order. I've heavily discounted it. There's like 25% off for this show. If you don't book it, you don't get the discount. And it's a book on just about everything. MAC addresses, Wi-Fi, interrogation, everything. And it's coming out. There's a QR code there. If you click on the QR code, you'll go to the page where it is, and it'll tell you what's in it. If you want to subscribe, anybody that subscribes to the course, to the my website during this will receive 500 free open source tools that will scrape the internet effectively, and you can catch bad people. The discount is only for another week for the book, so be quick about that. It's just coming out in 2 weeks' time. I run a company. I'm here with the University of West London. Come and see us. We do degree courses on all this stuff. I'm one of the lecturers for that. And also, I run my own training company where I come to you, and I've worked in most of the Emirates here with your intelligence services and your police to train officers in doing this stuff so that you can effectively make your part of the world safer because of the way people can't control their digital profile. You can't control it. I can't control it. Nobody can. But that's how you're going to catch people. You're going to exploit them that way. Come and find me on AZ1, guys, and I'll come and tell you a lot more about it. On your way out, on the table on your way out are my brochures and cards. If you wish to take a brochure or a card on your way out, just on the table on the right. Thank you for listening. Shukran.
Special thanks to Mr. Mark Bentley for his fruitful presentation. And just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, at 3:50 we'll be having a live hack session presented by Mr. Ridwan Sheikh. But for the moment, we're having a decoding the hack mind session presented by Mr. Hugh Mainho, the lead cyber threat investigator from stingforce.com from Vietnam. And also we're having Mr. Mark Koss, the Chief Operating Officer from Sting Base from the US.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Doing good? Great. Let me start off because I love being interactive, and I hope you don't mind that. But I would like to ask a question of everyone in the room. When I say the word hacker, does the word hacker represent something positive or something negative to you? And what I would like to ask, if it means something negative, or if you have a preconceived notion of the word hacker being negative, raise your hand for me. Majority. Let's see what we can do with that then. Again, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Mark Koss. I, up until about a month and a half ago, was a supervisory special agent for the U.S. Department of Justice, where I led teams conducting large-scale international investigations into transnational criminal organizations, terrorist networks. For the past 2 years, I've been in a very prestigious position of conducting in-person instruction for investigators, prosecutors, and judges around the world in everything from basic investigative techniques to interview and interrogation techniques,
right.
to cybercrime and cryptocurrency investigations. So today we're going to be hearing a story from who has become a good friend of mine, Hugh No.
Hello everyone, my name is Hugh Bingo. Thank you for having me here today. Thank you.
Hugh has a very interesting story for us. I would say up until recently, Hugh would have been someone that I would have targeted and tried to lure to a friendly country once he had been investigated, found guilty, or at least we had the probable cause for a lure operation,
right,
where we would lure you to a friendly country for arrest and then extradition. But what I would like is for you to share with the audience your story, because it's very interesting.
Right. Thank you, Mark. Briefly about my story, it's a long story short though. I was a former hacker when I started when I was very young, 13 years old. And at first, you know, I hacking just for fun. And back then, you know, like the internet very slow, kind of like, you know, like it still die up. And the first thing I hacked is about stealing the internet die-ups account to be able to gain the access to the internet for free. Because back then, the internet so expensive. And then I went to the internet cafe one day during my middle school when I was in 9th grade.
9th grade. About
Yeah.
how old was that for you?
This is underground hacking forum. Right.
How old were you around 9th grade?
At that time, I was like 15.
15.
15 years old. And then I remember I went to the internet cafe, and then I passed to one of the guy tapping on the keyboard, and his computer screen is totally dark. And I asked him, you know, like, what kind of forum is it? What kind of website is it? And he told me this is an underground hacking forum. And it just opened my mind to the other world, you know, like, this is different internet that I know. And then he showed me the dark web, and then I asked him, can you help me to open an account? And then after that, you know, I went onto the dark web, explored by myself, and it just blew my mind. Then I started to learn more about hacking to those community, kind of like underground communities. And it's fun, you know, people sharing knowledge and techniques, everything very fun back then though. So, but things getting more serious when I got into like junior high school, when I was like 16 years old. Then one of the guys that I know to the hacking community, to those underground hacking forums, he talked to me, he approached me. He said, yeah, I know you got some skill, you know, how some hacking skill, why you don't use to make some money?
So up until this time, when you were hacking, was there any illegal activity going on, or was it just for fun?
It's just totally for fun. I hack and steal the customer data, and then I post it on underground hacking forum for free. Like, I even like wrote the hacking ebooks and sharing my techniques and knowledge to the people on those forums. So I got trusted, and you know, they approached me to become an admin for this forum when I was like still in middle school. Then things getting more serious when I met that guy at the hacking community group. When I met him at the internet cafe, and then he told me, you know, we can use your hacking skill, to be able to steal some credit card and bank account.
Credit card and bank account.
Right. And then he taught me how to use that to be able to get the money out. So he showed me how to launder the money, to eBay, to PayPal, and so many different websites. And after that, me and him, we've been making money together. Okay. Like when I was still in junior high school, and I was making up to 1,000 USD per day.
$1,000 US a day.
A day.
Our timer isn't working, by the way.
Right. So he say, we've been making money like this. So and then I saved up some money during my high school time, and then I used that money, illegal money. I pay for my school in New Zealand, because I told him, I don't want to deal with this stuff anymore. I get tired. I want to be a real professional computer expert. Mm-hmm. So I want to go to New Zealand instead of studying in Vietnam. But I went to New Zealand in 2017-18 to study about computer science. But then didn't work out at all. I still, hack it.
Okay.
Right, I still hacking. And then I hacked into some of the e-commerce website, very big one in New Zealand. And I stole a lot of stolen data from New Zealand e-commerce website, and then resell that on the dark web. And then the police in New Zealand, they find out about that. They call me and they call my sister. I got so scared. I threw everything away, and then I ran away from New Zealand. I got back to Vietnam.
Okay.
Then my parents, they got so mad. They got so depressed about that. And then I promised to them, I'm not going to do that again. But I come back to do the same thing again after 6 months.
After 6 months?
After 6 months, I got back to Vietnam.
You broke your promise to your parents?
Right, I brought all my promises with my parents. Because I met all my old friends in the hacking community again. And then they told me, Hill, you got some good skill, man. Why you don't use that for making some money?
Right.
Easy money.
Yeah.
And they told me about the social security number, U.S.
Social Security identity numbers.
And then I say, yes, let me find out. Maybe something, safer than credit card and bank account information. To me, at that time, based on my knowledge, I just feel like social security number is just numbers. It's just information. But then,
You didn't think it was illegal at that point?
I think it's illegal, but at that time, I think it's kind of safer.
So, if I may ask, did you start justifying it to yourself in your mind?
I believe so.
You started to think what you were doing was okay.
Try to make an excuse of that.
All right.
So I can keep going and keep doing what I want to do.
And that is what we call a slippery slope, that once you start to be able to justify in your own mind, it's all right.
It's all right.
You can start to justify almost anything at that point.
True. So I took almost a month to do a research about the data broker in the US. And I found out the list of all the data broker companies in the US who provide these US identity for law enforcement, for lawyers, and for private investigators.
Which we would commonly use in any investigation that we would have done.
Right.
We would go to one of the data broker companies just to ask for know your customer information, usually derived from third-party credit indices.
Right. Okay. That's correct. So I found out a list of that, and then I started to hack them. So I hacked a few of the data broker in the US, gained access into almost 200 million US identities.
200 million?
Millions. 200 million US identity. So, you know, like, this is how it's worked. Like, when I got the access, I started to open a website to resell the data to all the cyber criminals.
You started your own business.
My own business. So the game is, you know, it just keep back and forth, you know, like I hack them, they fix the vulnerability, and I hack them again. So it's just kind of like, you know, cat and mouse games. So I got tired. And I say, no, this is not stable. It's not good income at all, you know, it's too much headache. And then I told to myself, you know, why, you know, let me do some of the other research that try to impersonate as a private investigator.
Okay.
So I can kind of like officially and legitimate to gain access to the data broker portal.
Right.
So I impersonate as a Singaporean private investigator.
Again, you're making excuses,
Right.
trying to justify what you're doing in your own head.
Right.
Okay.
And then I got the access to one of the major data broker in the US. And then I pay for them. I deal with them like business. I told them, you know, like I'm running like background check for like big companies around the world, and I need a huge access, like you know, a large amount of searches. So they give me 14 cents for one identity.
14 cents per identity.
And the
you turn around and you could sell that for how much?
For $1.
For $1.
So I make like 86 cents for one identity.
So at your high point when you're doing this, how much money were you making?
That's a good question though. Like I was making up to like 120K per month.
120,000 US dollars per month.
Per month. And all the money I learned to the cryptocurrencies back in the day.
Wow.
Right. And end up, you know, from the day from 2020, when I got the access to that fake private investigator account, to the day I got arrested, is I was making up to 3 million USD.
3 million.
3 million. USD.
That's incredible.
Right.
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit.
Okay.
We're running a bit tight on time. Our time got cut down quite severely. So take us to when you get a phone call from who you think is another customer, and that would be Matt, correct?
Right. There's this, you know, interesting story that how I got caught. That Matt O'Neill is a former U.S. Secret Service, and then he's impersonates as my customer, and he also got an kind of like informant. He got an informant, so they collaborate together to approach me. And during 6 months, around like 2020, 2010,
right,
to 2012. That's those time I was kind of like up on the on top of the mountain.
Oh yeah, you were making a ton of money.
Right, ton of money. But Matt O'Neill been monitoring me, and also as an undercover customer, kind of like undercover agent, to be my customer, and I sell the identity to him. I didn't know
that you just broke multiple U.S. federal laws.
Right.
Okay.
And then he approached me, and then suddenly, all of my service got shut down in 2012. At the end of 2012, all got shut down. Finally, I've been struggling to find a good way to be able to maintain my data to provide to my existing customer.
Right.
So the thing is, when I opened a new one, they shut down that one too. So I got so much headache and stressful. Finally, one of the informant, his name called Mark, and then he's right, Scarlett Johansson. So he
wasn't me.
I don't know. That's right, for sure. So he approached me, And then he said, you know, we can provide you a good data access to UK and also US as well too.
But you had to travel somewhere, right?
Right.
Where did they ask you to travel to?
I say, wow, such a good opportunity. I want to be a businessman. I don't want to be like this anymore. I get tired of this.
Right.
Even though it's good money, but I think it's not lasting forever.
Right.
So he told me, you know, we can collaborate and we can sign a good business contract with a data broker that he know in Guam. Guam, right, and also in Australia, in New Zealand, or in the US as well too. I say, wow, no, it sounds too fishy to me. I say no. So at the end, after 6 months, we've been talking and chatting.
You're not making any money.
No, no
You're
money.
starting to hurt.
Right, because get used to spending money.
Of course.
Easy money, easy go, you know, like. So
we want to ask you what you spend on.
Right. I spend on a lot of luxury cars and stuff like that. So, you know, like he's approached me at the end. He say, okay, we will meet you at Guam, the islands.
Yes.
But at that time, I didn't do a good research on Guam. I thought it's just islands.
You didn't know it was a U.S. territory.
No, I didn't know at all. It's just, my mind, it's just, you know, it's kind of like, the money is just blind my eyes.
Right.
Everything just blind my eyes.
That's all you think about at that point.
Right.
Is money.
Money. Everything chasing the money.
And that's what we prey upon.
Right.
Go on.
So the money blind my eyes. I went to Guam, and immediately when I landed to the airport, the U.S. Secret Service and then the custom officer, they escorted me to the custom office.
Right.
And they questioned me, and they put a stack of paper like this much on the table. I say it's game over.
You knew at that point.
At that time, I just shocking and I just crying, and then I very quiet, and that's it.
So they take you to the U.S.
Right.
You get found guilty.
Right.
You get sentenced to how long?
156 months, equally 13 years in federal prison.
But did you cooperate?
Yes, I collaborate and I support the U.S. government.
All right. And what happened in prison?
During my time in prison, I still, you know, like kind of like rehabilitate myself. I apply into many different educational programs, and they also have computers. They also have law libraries, and they send me to, you know, those law libraries and also these activity in prison. So I rehabilitate myself, and after that, you know, during that time, from 2013, I got arrested to 2019. Finally, I got time served. So I cut my time like a half of my time because of my rehabilitation and also my cooperation with the U.S. government.
Right. And at this point in your life,
right,
if you would explain to the audience what you do currently as a colleague.
Right. You know, like I really admire Matt O'Neill, that because the way he investigate and also how he approached me and arrest me. So it inspired me a lot. So the day I got released in 2019, I got back home in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. And then I started to work at the cyber threat investigator for National Cybersecurity Center in Vietnam.
Okay.
Collaborate with law enforcement in Vietnam, and from 2020 to December 2024, I just left the National Cybersecurity Center, and I was able to helping the law enforcement arresting more than 200 cyber criminals in Vietnam.
Helping to target
right
exactly the members that you were friends with and working with.
No, not really. Most of the people that I know is just anonymously.
Okay.
Right. Nobody know each other, and most of my time to do investigation is the dark web and also on the Telegram, also on the ClearNet as well too, to be able to identify the cyber criminal, targeting the citizen in Vietnam and also the government.
Right.
So that's how I did during my time.
So what I'd like to do is, I'd like to turn back the clock here for everyone.
Right.
If you could go back to when you were 15, before you decided that you would go the road of criminality,
Right.
what would have changed your mind, or what could have changed your mind to do what you're doing now, working with law enforcement instead of working on the criminal side?
You know, like back then, there's no kind of no playground for me to be able to do something like this. To be honest.
Really?
Like back then, you know, like everything is just like internet so new to anybody. And there's no such thing about cybersecurity. Everything's so easy to hack.
So,
right.
Let me turn to the audience. I have a question. When I say the name Steve Jobs,
right,
do we think Steve Jobs is a positive influence in our society? I would say more than likely everyone would agree with me. Would it surprise you to learn that he was a hacker at a young age? How about Bill Gates? Bill Gates in high school decided he would hack his high school computer network so he could place himself in more classes that had females that he was interested in. So from a law enforcement perspective, all we tend to see, and I will speak for myself, we tend to see the negativity of the word hacker. But if we would look back and we would provide you the opportunity, instead of going down the road of criminality, but instead working with law enforcement, do you think you would have taken that?
Yes, I would take that chance.
Okay.
Right.
And if you could explain to the audience right now, when we look at people that have been hackers or are hackers, could you explain to us the different types of hackers that are out there?
Yes, thank you. There's many kinds of different, different kinds of hackers, like black hat, white hat, red team, purple team, and blue team.
And what are each of those?
So the black hat is totally like the one is just having the criminal mind and always doing something illegal.
So law enforcement were targeting the black hat.
Right, the black hat. And the white hat is the one who helping other company to get secure and doing penetration testing to secure their system, and also maybe sometimes working with the law enforcement as well too.
Right.
Right. And there's also other kinds of hackers as well too, like red team. They are kind of like acting as a real threat actor to penetrate a system, but to be able to help the company to get secure in a way of by using the hacker techniques.
Okay.
Right. And the blue team is the one who mostly defends the system only.
Right.
And the purple team is the mix of the red team and the blue team. It's a mix of that. Right.
So when I started to conduct research into this subject, I found that the corporate world right now is targeting our youth around the world. They're providing them with puzzles, they're providing them with games, because the corporate world has recognized the youth, specifically those that are neurodivergent, have these skills that are prized now by corporate world. Have we in law enforcement done that? Is this another instance of law enforcement being in a place where we're trying to play catch up, not only with the corporate world, but also with the criminal element?
Yeah.
I think it truly is. So when we look at your story, Hugh, when we look at how widely accepted some of the people in the corporate world that are leading these Fortune 500 companies, we look at what they did back in their youth, but instead of going down the road you chose, they went to go a different route. Why, from a law enforcement perspective, can't we offer the same? Why can't we change our thought process when it comes to what a hacker is from the majority of people in the audience that raised their hand and said it was negative? why can't we look at it as a positive? Not only that, what aren't we doing to challenge our youth from the countries that we represent to try to foster them going down the right road and the right path instead of the black hat hacker path?
Right.
So as we wrap up, this was a story of redemption, but I would like to pose to the audience, now that we've heard Hugh's story, now that we've heard kind of the uncovering of some of the more famous people in the world that we look up to, as well as what corporate is doing for trying to poach, trying to educate, and trying to instill that our youth go down that right path, can I ask again, when I say the word hacker, instead of asking how many see it in a negative term, at this point, how many see it in a positive term? I think we've changed some minds, Hugh.
Right.
Thank you very much for your attention. We've reached our time limit. I hope you've enjoyed Hugh's story. It's been a pleasure interviewing you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you for your
everybody.
attention.
Have a good day. Thank you.
programs, but we will never stop all of the drug use, and we have to be able to say that.
Yeah.
But what we can do is save lives, and that should be our main mission, is to save lives, limit criminal activity, and make sure people become active members of society again. And only then are we going to be able to move forward with stopping the drug use.
In law enforcement, there's this thought process. We're very reactive, right? We react all the time to things. So my father would always tell me, there's people in the river, and as law enforcement, we're pulling them out consistently. We're pulling them out the river. But are we figuring out why they're falling into the river, right? And that's the question that we have to continue to. Now, alternatively, it might not be a law enforcement answer. What it has to be is, why are people falling into the river instead of that? Now, as law enforcement, we got to still remember, there's still people in the river that have to continue to get out, but we have to get ahead of it. Early intervention, early prevention programs are very good. Critical incident management teams are wraparound services, alternative responses, other than law enforcement, to create an ecosystem that law enforcement has to be part of it, but there's an ecosystem. You got to bring other people into play. You got to be able to bring other organizations into play to help you address the drug problem.
I really like where this is going. We're talking a lot about all the things that people should know, the law enforcement should know. Is there something that you think we should action? I mean, are there any examples that can give us best practices, something from your experience that you've done, or you've experienced previously, that had the change, had the big impact?
Well, there's several programs, right? Switzerland has the HAT program, which is the heroin assistant treatment. We've seen where they've actually medically helped people come off of heroin, so we've seen a drop in deaths, we've seen a drop in crime-related drug use, so that's great. Portugal has a program, and it's the Dissuasion Committee, and what they're doing is working with people and working with the community. It became a community-based program. And we've seen a big drop in drug crimes there. We've seen more lives saved, and we've seen a lower amount of HIV. So that's just two international programs. Domestically, I talked about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs.
That's right.
It's in the schools right now, K to 12, and it's teaching kids not only not to do drugs, but it's teaching them about bullying and other issues that they're going to face as they grow up. Because we have to be aware that this is not an issue that happens when they're adults. It starts when they're young, and that's when we have to start to educate them, educate our community members, and work collaboratively with our communities to get through it.
Thank you very much, Paul. I would like to address this to Rudy. What do you think about the prevention programs? So how do you target it, or how do you go about them in a way that doesn't have a negative effect? I believe that you need to be very careful, especially when you're working with the younger generation. You don't want to be introducing them to stuff.
True. We don't want to introduce our young kids. As I worked in a school district of 500,000 students, it is, how do we prevent these kids from taking drugs in the beginning, right? It really, truly takes mentorship, right? There's young police officers that I hear wearing uniform. You are such part of the answer in this room that you have to be able to mentor these young kids. You mentor, lead, and protect kids safely through graduation, which raises and helps create a contributing citizen, right? So early intervention, things like Paul said, LEAD, DARE. You get early into the classroom as a law enforcement agent, and you begin to talk about the challenges in narcotics. You begin to talk about what are the consequences in narcotics, right? What is the lifestyle of narcotics? And age appropriate, right? It has to be age appropriate. We do Rocket Rules. It's another great program that we use, Sense of Safety, and tomorrow we'll be talking about that. And it really tells the young kids how to use their senses and what is it when they see something bad, they smell something bad, or something that they shouldn't be tasting. It's an early education, early prevention process.
That's great. Would you like to pitch in, Paul, about that in terms of prevention in younger age kids, and how maybe mentoring, as Rudy mentioned,
I think
play a role?
I think Rudy hit it right on the head. It is about getting involved. It's also about building trust. Yes. As law enforcement officials here, we have to build trust, not only with our community members who are out in the streets, but also with our children. We have in the United States, we have the SRO, which Rudy knows quite much about, our in-school police officers. And what they're doing is not only protecting the schools from possible attacks, but they're also building relationships. When kids feel comfortable enough to come up to you and say, hey officer, this is, or Officer Bob, Officer Sue, this is a problem we're having, can you help us? Only then are we going to start to affect change, because change has to come from within. It's never going to happen from the outside. We as law enforcement officers cannot believe that we can affect change individually. We have to get buy-in from the community, and more important is trust, both from the community and from our children.
Yeah, I think that's very important, especially if you have a stigma around on top of that. I mean, you know your neighbor has someone in their family that's abusing drugs. First label, there's a drug user over there, there's a drug addict over there. How do you think we can get over that? I mean, I know police play a big role in it, community play a big role in it, but what kind of support do you think that the family would need in that kind of situation? So you have a drug addict in their house. Obviously, first thing they do, they don't call up the police. This doesn't happen. I can tell you this doesn't happen here too. The first thing they do, they try to maybe deny it. They go through a lot of levels. But I would like you to take us through that, maybe, Rudy.
Yeah, the one thing I found in having cases back at home in regards to drugs, and instead of it being punitive and people going to jail and being incarcerated for some of these things, we really got to get to what is the root cause? Why is it there? Now, I think you guys here in the UAE do something very good, which is the family nucleus. Having a family-centered support is very important. Now, how do we get to a place where you don't have families, right? That's why teachers, counselors, caring adults are very important. I can't tell you the impact you make in a young person's life when you sit down, you break bread with them, when you sit down and say, how was your day? And really intentionally listen to somebody's day, the kids will tell you everything. And then you can have that early intervention going, hey, you're going down the wrong path of alcoholism. You're going down the wrong path of, narcotics. Marijuana is a gateway. I don't care what anybody says. You got years of law enforcement up here. Marijuana is a gateway drug. And it's true.
I'm really happy you can say that out loud.
Yeah.
I really feel the same way. And it's funny how it's being advertised as, I don't know, like a norm. And I think it's a big role. What you consider a norm is very difficult to change.
Yeah.
And as you legalize stuff, and I believe maybe Paul can pitch in this on this, is that how does legalization affect the fight against drugs and rehabilitation and prevention?
Well, I believe the treatment should be different, but legalizing drugs just takes it to the next level.
Yeah.
Because now this level is legal. So now I'm going to head to the next level once I'm comfortable at this level. And where do we stop the legalization? I mean, we have to really take a look at how we treat people who are using illicit drugs. And we have to stop using terms. We have to stop calling them addicts. We have to say, hey, listen, they have an issue. They need help. They're people in distress. But when we start using terms, it affects people.
Yeah.
Right? It affects how we identify people. But we have to really start looking at, and you hit it on the head, it is about communication. It's not only about family communication, but it's also about education. And that's really important, because you would be surprised how many people don't really understand the effects of drugs, don't understand what happens when a person starts using them, and to your point, don't understand it when they come off them, the after effect of it.
Yeah.
So what we have is a lot of issues with education, so we really got to focus on the education, the communication, and the relationship building. And that's the only way, especially when we're looking at societal changes. Again, we said it earlier, it doesn't come from the outside. Societal changes has to come from the inside, and that's all about trust.
Part of what I've done in my career has been help create policies and laws under these things. And unfortunately, and I'm able to say this because I lived in California, California quickly allowed marijuana to be legal, and we had massive issues. I can't tell you, try to control that. I mean, some people say, well, Rudy, it's just marijuana. No, it is a drug that will affect your home. It is a drug that will affect our young people. And I think if you're policymakers, if you guys have influence over these things, you have to be at the table. There's a saying, when you're not at the table, you will be on the menu. And we cannot have our children to be on the menu.
I think that's very important. You're legalizing something, and then you have to follow up with all the after effects of it. the testing, the standardization, even as a product on the market, needs to also be tested and calibrated. And unfortunately, a lot of these products, they're not monitored. And we find this over here too. We have a lot of samples that obviously marijuana is illegal over here, but we still do have people think that they're taking marijuana, or looks like they're buying marijuana, but they're buying synthetic stuff, which is, like we discussed earlier, has a very long-term effect on the brain, is much more potent. One thing in terms of prevention, since we're talking globally and legalization of some drugs in some countries, let's focus on prevention a bit. What kind of efforts can you do for the people that are in a country, let's say, that has drugs abuse, or there's a drug problem, let's say in the city? What kind of things you can offer to the people maybe to mitigate the damage, let's say, that happens to them as they're abusing drugs? I think that's something we should discuss too.
Yeah, and I think it really, yeah, sure. I think it really goes back to what we started to say earlier, right? It's about education. Education at a young age is what's going to help us mitigate some of the potential future.
Electronic warfare regiment for some of the sort of, near past conflicts, Iraq and places like that. But I spent a lot of time dealing with counter-terrorism, and in particular with improvised explosive devices, IEDs. My second phase of my sort of life was when I moved across to North America, and then I worked with the FBI, the US Marine Corps, and industry in developing electronic countermeasures, again for improvised explosive devices for IEDs. And a lot of the challenges that we are seeing with drones are exactly the same. So the first thing that we did is we helped the authorities change legislation to allow the legal use of RF effectors. And then we looked at preparing people, training people, and getting them to understand the challenges and the pace of technological changes. Then in 2009, I set up a company in the UK called EW Solutions with two partners, and we provide independent and vendor agnostic support into counter-terrorism and our natural transition from dealing with IEDs, electronic warfare, signals intelligence. When the drone threat first started emerging, particularly in around about 2014, 2015, where we started seeing real events occurring and munitions being dropped and the drone becoming weaponized, that's when we realized that the skills that we had from electronic warfare and from countering IEDs were very transformable and transferable into the drone domain. So with that in mind, we collect and we study global drone events. We have a database of global drone events that we break down into the US Defense Threat Reduction Agency lexicon. So that means we're able to look at the technology, we're able to look at the TTPs, and we understand that things that are happening in Mexico or Myanmar or Somalia or the GCC, there are trends and there are pieces of information that are relevant for wherever the drone becomes a threat. And that allows us to inform people that are developing technology, people that are developing capability. So we advise the UK government, the UK counter-terrorism policing on their strategy, their technology, testing and evaluation, but with a vendor agnostic approach. So what we're able to do is say, there's some good equipment, there's some affordable equipment, there's some not so good equipment, and your legislation is going to have some challenges with that one.
Thank you very much. I think it's quite interesting to have Dr. Amanda, which is primarily focused on enabling the technology, and then we have Mr. Troy, which has been basically combating the threats that come out of these technologies for quite a while. And it's interesting to hear you talk about 2014 and 2015 being the start of when we saw specifically drones become an actual threat. And that is around the same time that we've noticed a threat here internally in Dubai Police as well, which eventually led to the establishment of our Unmanned Aerial System Center. But to get to the questions that I wanted to ask you today. So first of all, as drones, AI, digital twins are rapidly integrating into policing, how do you see these technologies reshape the front line of resilience and long-term strategy in law enforcement for the next 5 to 10 years?
You want to go first? Or you go first, then I'll follow. Ladies
Thank
first.
you. It's a very interesting question, and as you probably gathered, I'm going to come from the training environment. You know, the technologies are advancing so rapidly, it's actually quite difficult to keep up with them, and particularly in the training environment. But what we envisage and certainly anticipate over the next 5 to 10 years is that that technology will enable us to empower our police forces, because it's providing us with knowledge, and very nuanced knowledge about, if we're talking in regards to drones, and we're being able to use that knowledge, which we can then integrate with algorithms to provide us with simulations of missions and then enable us to conduct mission rehearsals. And this is really important when we're looking at it from the aspect of building our levels of resilience and becoming much more a proactive global policing and law enforcement community rather than a reactive. And this is what specifically we're anticipating. These advances in AI and the advances in technology are going to provide to us over the next 5 to 10 years. And as I mentioned at the beginning, it is challenging to keep up with these advances, and we have to be particularly agile and adaptive with our training for our officers. In addition to this, it also allows us to reposition our resources within policing. If we've got the capabilities of being proactive rather than reactive, and having the resources of AI and of drones and other technologies, it means then that we can place some of our physical workforce and power into other areas which also need to be addressed. You know, the world is changing, and probably every day we see something different coming at us as law enforcement and policing agencies, and we need to be, as I mentioned, adaptable and agile to be able to manage those, address them, and be able to mitigate them.
From my perspective, from the operational perspective in particular, we all know that the drone is a challenge, and the biggest challenge, I think, really is the economy of saving, protecting against the drone. It's a very, very expensive capability to roll out nationally, and that ability to provide a complete, total capability across the detect, track, identify, mitigate within the legislation is where the challenges sit. Now, having studied extensively the drone battle in Ukraine, and the new technology, the countermeasures, the evolution of tactics, the evolution of the spectrum, and where people are using different frequencies, software-defined systems that are being used that are not on the frequencies that you'd expect them to be. Bringing together a whole portfolio of technology within those DTIM categories is really, really difficult. So for me, the spectrum and the AI, understanding the spectrum and using AI tools to allow you to make operational decisions that are underpinned with security, safety, lack of false alarms, looking within the spectrum as a very, very busy place, particularly in areas like in the GCC, where there are increasing amounts of communications that you typically don't want to affect because you upset the people, is key. So using AI to help you with decision making when sometimes you have a very short period of time between getting maybe an alert and needing to deploy a mitigation strategy. It was interesting. I don't know if you watched the activities in Rome with the Pope last week, but one of the first times you saw soldiers on the street with drone guns and a spotter, so there's a guy with binoculars, so one would assume that somewhere there's a detection system that's looking up at that. But when we look at the ability to mitigate, maybe in some places, we look in Ukraine where, a 50 cal round with some ball bearings in is very effective if we've got the thing at the right time. But how do we train for that? How do we train for that operational decision making? Most places in the world don't have much of a counter-drone capability. It's, as you mentioned, it's in its infancy in lots of places, and there are a wide-ranging sort of series of capabilities, from a full ground-based air defence system that's going to cost you $10 million to a simple counter-drone detector that's going to cost you, or drone detector that's going to cost you, $500. How do you join those all up? And now how do you get people to practice, often in advance of having all of the technology? How do you practice the effects of using a jammer when you don't want to upset the RF environment for people that are using technology in the system, in the cities? And also keep that technology secret, so if you've got serious adversaries, they're not looking at ways to get around it. So using digital twins and using simulation and mission rehearsal exercises backed up by data, looking at global trends, looking at where the technology is going. I always use this as a this is a good measure. Where was this 5 years ago, right? If you're looking 5 years in the future, where a drone may be used in the spectrum, resilient communications, satellite communications, and everything else, if you're not looking 5 years and 10 years in the future for where technology and communications are going, then you're not going to be in a position to build your strategies to answer that technology, build your AI tools, build your digital twins, and then ultimately run those mission rehearsal exercises either in simulation or in the real world, preferably both, where you can practice sometimes before you've got the equipment.
Thank you for that. I think it's interesting how both of you discussed a bit about the legal foundation required for it. And I think that that's crucial. Is the foundation correct for you to be able to innovate and absorb these new technologies and implement them correctly? So I wanted to ask you a bit more about that legal and ethical foundation as well. So what are the primary ethical or legal considerations that agencies must confront to adapt to these technologies? For example, when it comes to drones, that I know that for us in Dubai Police, we were working a lot to set the correct foundation to be able to enable Dubai Police to utilize these drones correctly, whether it is through reinventing communication channels, whether it is to create the proper infrastructure for us to leverage this technology. How will that sort of enablement or setting the foundation work for what is coming up in the next 5 years when it comes to enabling digital twins, when it comes to enabling AI, when it comes to enabling the next wave? What do you think is very important here, not just in terms of foundation technically, but also foundation legally and ethically as well?
It's a really interesting question, and we had a bit of a discussion about this before we came this afternoon. It's different across the world. Every policing agency experiences this differently. Some have the challenge where their country has legislation and sees the drones as an aircraft. Others have legislation where they are very adaptable to the idea of having drones within their skies and within their communities. I think you've touched on a point that is really important here, and that the model that Dubai Police have adopted is one that is successful. It's all about communication. We know that the best results that we can get in law enforcement when we introduce a new technology, a new framework, a new model, a new way of doing business is if we can have the trust in us from the community. And you can only get that trust from the community if you've got really strong communication channels. And that's what Dubai Police have done in an exceptional way when they've introduced their drones. Not only did they have very good marketing and communication campaigns, but they also identified their drones with lights that the community knew that it was a police drone. So I know, for example, in Australia, across the different states, there is different views on the legality of using drones. And it's challenging because we have drones that are used by real estate operators to take very good footage of properties that are for sale, and then that goes up on YouTube and on realestate.com and all other social media. and yet we can't always get the permissions to use the drones in a policing and law enforcement situation. So these are ongoing discussions that we have. We also have challenges in terms of those who are looking after people's human rights in some of the countries as well, where that comes into having a bearing on the legislation that is put in place. But I do think that, go back to my original suggestion, that the model that Dubai Police have in place is one that should certainly be considered either in full or in part by other policing agencies that are tackling this legislative and ethical issue currently with drones.
It's interesting because I look at drones from the opposite perspective. I look at the countering of drones and the legislation needed to counter drones, and therefore when I look at the countering drones is not necessarily about pointing a jammer at a drone and making it land or go home. Countering drones is about looking at the networks, looking at where devices are being procured, looking at the technology that's potentially being used, and how we use legislation to control that, and we use regulation to control that. And of course the challenge sits where you've got some of the technology that we use is completely lawful to use, and it's adapted. When we look at some of the specialist technology that we use and that we'll need to use, some of the techniques that we may need to use from a sort of electronic warfare or offensive cyber perspective, again, when we look at how they are employed, if we employ jammers, they upset communications. They upset communications of people that are using the spectrum for completely legal and important reasons. So we need to manage that. We need to look at how we turn our effectors on, how we manage where we position them, where we point them. But we have to have the legislation in place that allows us, and it's very different in Dubai to many other places in the world, where they really struggle even to turn effectors on, or when life is in danger. But understanding the things that you need to do, and the fact that in the future, if you're looking to take control of a drone from the sky with an effector, you might be doing something a little bit more protocol based than RF based, and that comes with its own set of rules, regulations, and challenges. But knowing when that transition takes place and making sure that your legislation is safe and informed prior to that, and seeing it coming, is key.
I also wanted to ask one more thing regarding legislation, to be precise. We understand that the current legislative process is usually very tedious, let's say, and it does take a lot of time in order to incorporate legislative changes with things that are very modern or very new or even upcoming. So would you recommend working on preemptive legislation, or do you think it's hard to predict what legislation should be until the technology is there?
It's interesting. Those of you that follow and look at UK law, there's a law that's going to come into effect next year called Martin's Law. And this is based on a terrorist incident in Manchester a few years back, where some young children were killed at a concert. And one of the families of that have brought some legislation to the table, whereby people that put on public events with, I think it's more than 200 people, are responsible for the risk assessment. So whereas previously things like counter-drone, counter-IED sits with the police, this now sits with the people that are putting that thing together. And that's really changed people's response. We know globally there are a lot of people that will carry the risk on countering drones. When they have to add sometimes significant budget, they wait on that list. So that legislation in the UK is going to change that. What that's doing is it's driving the affordability of some of the technology at the lower end of the spectrum for detection. So people are going to be able to afford to buy technology that may impact on privacy. So looking at impact on people's privacy, particularly in the RF spectrum, and that's going to provide some challenges. So looking at the information privacy is key, and of course managing that data, managing the data that you're doing correctly is underpins everything that you do.
Thank you for that. Dr. Amanda, Your research touches on the potential use of digital twins with cartel disruption strategies as well. Could you walk us through how a policing digital twin might be built, and what kind of predictive insights can it realistically provide, specifically with that case of the cartel, if you're able to share, please?
Thank you. So what we've been exploring is how we can capture the capabilities of drones and capture the capabilities of body-worn cameras and the ability of artificial intelligence. So what we are anticipating is that in order to better prepare our officers for the circumstances that they may have to respond to, we'd like to see this synergistic approach where we've got the body-worn cameras on the officers on the ground going into the operation, whatever that might be. And in your own places and locations, you would have multiple, I'm sure, experiences and ideas about the types of situations that officers go into. So we've got the officer on the ground with the body-worn camera, and then we've got the drone that is hopefully hovering above, like the helicopter, and giving you the eye from the sky. So we've got the eye from the ground, the eye from the sky, and what we want to do is to be able to feed that back live stream. As the captain said earlier, this is real time. We want to be able to not only respond to the incident, but we want to be able to try and keep our officers safe and those members of the community that are involved in that incident safe. So we're looking at live streaming that back to a central location where we've employed artificial intelligence to rapidly, and we know it's rapid, sort through what that live streaming is bringing back, and also bringing in that intelligence that we already have, potentially very nuanced intelligence about location, about previous incidents in the same area, or even incidents that are similar to the one that is taking place currently. I have a colleague, Dr. Gallup Crane, who's been doing research with me in this particular area. Now, he's based in Mexico, and so a lot of our work has been related to the Mexican cartels. And as you can appreciate, some of the environments into which they go physically are very challenging, into jungle areas and so forth. Some of the incidents are very similar. So we're also looking at gathering all of that data from the body-worn cameras, from the drones, from the artificial intelligence, and building our digital twins so that we can do, as my colleague refers to, our mission rehearsals and best prepare our officers for the next, and hopefully there wouldn't be one, but we know there will be, for the next incident that comes. And it's also about being adaptable. So it's not just about going into a location with cartels. It could be in London in the underground. It could be in Australia on the beachfront. So it's about being able to use that toolkit, if you like, of the technologies, and including the artificial intelligence, and building those digital twins so that we can train our officers in the best possible way to be prepared for those sorts of incidents.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Amanda. So at the Unmanned Aerial Systems Center, we operate both drones in order to leverage the drone technology for Dubai Police operations, whether it is through conducting operations to support on-field operatives, whether it is to gather information. But at the same time, we also operate counter drones as well. And we see both sides of that operation. What I wanted to ask Mr. Troy specifically about the counter drone aspect is, so we understand that utilizing drones, there's always vulnerabilities and there's always risks to operating a drone. So in cases of drones specifically, what would you recommend, or what are the specific points that you would like drone operators to take into account to mitigate the potential damages of drone threats that are due to counter drones being enabled, whether it is electronic warfare, whether it is spoofing? What would you recommend for drone operators to be wary of, and how would you recommend they adjust to these challenges?
Okay, it's a really, really good question that we could be here all day to answer, to be honest. But I think there are sort of three areas that we should look at. We should look at awareness, resilience, and then practice. So if we look at awareness and we're fully aware of the vulnerabilities of our capability to being looked at in the spectrum, being jammed, being spoofed, for GPS or GNSS being denied, we understand what the implications are of that. We know how to recognize it and how to react to it. Understanding the technology, again, if we look, there is absolutely no doubt that the technology that is developed so rapidly and so capably in Ukraine will be available globally shortly. It already is. We saw, when in the events in Syria recently, we saw Ukrainian technology being used to enable the forces there. So if you're not looking at what you can get from Ukraine for your adversary to use, whether it's terrorism, serious organised crime, then you're missing something. So we know, as an electronic warfare specialist, I know that if you turn your drone on, I'm going to see it somewhere in the spectrum. You may be using your own frequencies, you may be using off-the-shelf frequencies, but I know I'm going to see it somewhere in the spectrum. So if you're conducting surveillance or you're going to conduct a police operation against someone who is a serious organised crime or a terrorist, sometimes turning your drone on just tells them that you're there. So I can get a drone detector that's been developed in Ukraine for a few $100s that I can just sit in my location and it will tell me when you turn a drone on. Sometimes for covert or security operations, I don't want to know that. Now, depending on who's using the drone, depends on the knowledge they've got of that adversarial capability. So understanding what the adversary can do, what technology is available, what technology is buyable from the shelf. As I said, some of the technology for counter-drone is unregulated. It's becoming cheaper, and I can set up geofences that tell me when someone turns a drone on in a very affordable, certainly for serious organised crime, affordable technology that is available, and often mostly software based. So regulating the sale and the control of it is a challenge, using off-the-shelf antennas, cables, and things like that. So that awareness of what's potentially going to happen is key. Building resilience, so looking at encrypted communications, looking at controlling emission control when you turn your drones on, when you turn your drones off for tactical reasons, looking at drones that will have multiple frequencies on there. Again, look at Ukraine, where we see 3 or 4 different types of communication method, from satellite communications to VHF, UHF, cellular, all on one simple device. But you can turn that around, obviously build that resilience into the things that you're doing. Of course, awareness. What happens? Buying a off-the-shelf jammer for an adversary is straightforward. Even building one ourselves, is pretty straightforward. So the ability to impact some of your knowledge, information that's being passed down, whether it's video, audio, or whatever, being able to turn that on and off is key, but also for the operators to understand when that's occurring and being able to switch instantly to a separate mode of operation when the drone isn't working, not building everything around using the drone. And of course, getting back to what the doctor has said there, then practicing that. Running real environments where you've got real electronic warfare people using technology that's easily available to look at you where you sit in the spectrum and how you can impact on that, but then use some effects to practice what are you going to do when you become a victim of offensive electronic warfare capability.
It's very interesting to see how it's much simpler now to set up drone detection and counter drone as well, whether it's a jammer or electronic warfare. And I feel like it's getting to a point where it's almost simple and trivial. You can possibly open up a video on the internet and learn how to do that. And as that happens, and as it becomes even easier and easier, how do you think, Doctor, that it would affect the operations that you are currently working on when it comes to the cartel? Are you concerned that maybe if we're using drones and using these different technology tools in order to help assist police operations, that as detecting them becomes easier, that would directly affect your capability to conduct these operations? Or do you think that as it becomes easier to detect, you are adapting in ways to be able to still support the operation without sort of putting yourself and the team in harm's way?
It's a really good question, Lieutenant Safe, and it's probably to my colleague here that we need to defer, because it's really going to depend on the advances that are made in the technologies for identifying drones and being able to, mitigate the problem. I think that as we go forward, and certainly because the technology is developing so rapidly, it's really no one agency or community can do this on their own. It's very much going to be a coordinated approach. So we need the commercial entities, we need the innovators, we need the researchers, we need the trainers, we need the forces to adopt and be, if you like, open to the new technologies in order to be able to, as a global policing and law enforcement community, build our capabilities and build our resistance.
So it's quite interesting when you talk about utilizing digital twins, drones, AI, all to support an operation. And I think one challenge that we've heard from a lot of our colleagues and a lot of different policing entities is, how do you integrate all of these technologies into an operation where it's possibly easy to set up a digital twin and be able to assess your data, and it's possibly easy to fly a drone and extract information, but the chain of how that data is used from data extraction to the point of utilizing it to guide your on-field operations, that entire chain, how do you develop that successfully? And how do you develop it in a way that it is effective and consistent and resilient as well?
If I may, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Troy to answer this one, because we talked about this earlier on, and I think he's really keen to give you an answer on this one.
Thank you. I'll catch that one. So it's... I've spoken a lot about, the spectrum and the RF. Obviously, countering drones and detecting, tracking, identifying, mitigating is much, much broader than that. So looking at all the technologies that are available from, EOIR, radar, passive radar, kinetic effects for mitigating, there's a massive cross-section of technology that can be packaged for different types of event. So if we're looking at protecting a VIP, we have a set of skills. If we're looking at protecting a venue, we have another set of skills. The challenge we have is rapid decision-making, where we take those different sources of information and intelligence and turn them into something that's actionable in time. So, and of course, also understanding the capability of the threat that's coming to us. So if we look globally at drones, small drones, they carry typically 1.5 kilos of something. Medium-sized drones, perhaps a bit more, but medium-sized drones, maybe 20 kilos of something. They fly at a speed. They fly at an altitude. They have a duration of flight. We look at big drones that can fly for 2,000 kilometers, 70-kilo payload, flying on waypoints. We have to look at all of those different threat vectors, all the information that's available, and we have to be able to fuse things quickly, because if we're looking at a small fast drone that's flying for 200 meters with an explosive payload, you've got a few seconds to make that decision, and you're going to be limited with resources. If you're looking at an air defense system that's looking at something that's flying from 1,000 kilometers away, we have another set of data and sensors and capability that we need to fuse and react into that. So there's no simple answer to this. The answer is to look at the different threats, look at the vulnerabilities of the threats to give us indication and warning that we can rely on and act upon in a timely manner, and where we can automate that. And again, I use RF as a good model for that. So where we can see things in the spectrum, so the second someone turns on a ground sensor or ground station, we start reacting. One of the simplest methods of dealing with counter drones on the mitigation side, obviously, is to arrest the guy who's got the control station on the ground. And that's fine, but not if he's just going to turn it on. We're again looking at the conflict in Ukraine. The guys turn it on, and 10 seconds later, it explodes. So how you deal with that is a challenge. But you need to, where there's an ability to fuse multiple data sources, look at the different, what I'd say, combat indicators that says there's a drone attack about to happen in this location, and that might be a network of people talking to each other on a VHF radio, coordinating it. Taking that fusion and then being able to have the right resources in the right place at the right time that can act accordingly. If there's an automation that can be put together for that using, using AI, and again, in the spectrum there is, then that's where we see those advances. And of course, the advances in the technology on the adversary side have to be matched with the advances in the technology on our side. The changes in tactics on the adversary side need to be matched with changes in tactics, techniques and procedures on our side. So looking 10 years down the line at where technology is going to go, where drones are going to be operating in the spectrum is fundamental. And where we can fuse that with other intelligence sources to give us that just sometimes a few seconds of warning to choose the right mitigation method is fundamental and is key in this real huge challenge of stopping a drone.
So I think that that's actually very interesting. We've seen a lot of organizations struggle with that, especially considering, as you said, you don't have a lot of time to respond. So if your operations are not organized in a way to be able to respond rapidly, you will not be able to respond at all. The example you gave about drones in the Ukraine, the way they are used, when they're turned on, 10 seconds later, they're performing their operation. That does not give you a lot of time to respond. And if your technology and your personnel and your procedures are not set in place to be basically airtight, you will not be able to respond correctly. And that is a huge risk, especially considering these technologies are being utilized to conduct operations that have disastrous results, possibly. But on the other side, stepping away from the disastrous results, as police, we utilize drones a lot for a positive for positive operations, to say the least, whether it's supporting personnel on field, whether it's supporting the public that require it. But it ties into the public perception of this technology. And Dr. Amanda, you talked a bit about how public perception really matters for an operation like this, how public perception of this technology would possibly be one of the catalysts for it to succeed. And I wanted to ask you a bit more about that. So, simulation technologies, to be specific, as well as drones, how will they contribute, specifically about the simulation technologies, how will they contribute to improving the public perception of technology as a whole? Because I do understand that with simulation, it's very low risk to be able to run them and to display them and to show capability and readiness to the public, and also maybe involve them in by setting up, for example, different simulations that are available to the public. How do you think that affects public perception as a whole for police operations?
I think that I will turn to what I mentioned earlier, and you're correct. It is about trust in the operations of the respective police services. And you bring up an interesting point. Do we, as police and law enforcement agencies, offer to the public visuals of simulations that are undertaken? And I know that it certainly does happen for some agencies, and this has had great success because the public can then see what it is that is actually happening, how their officers are being trained, and what the success might look like. So when we talk about digital twins or we talk about simulation, that's exactly what it is. Generally speaking, it's not always done in the public space because there's a significant level of danger that's attached to that. So it's done outside of that public space, and it is often put up onto the media, usually through news channels, which is what I'm familiar with in Australia, so that the public can see how the simulation is operating and what it actually means to the public, and also where the public fit into this. So one of the really interesting aspects that I've noticed with, for example, where I come from specifically, which is in the New South Wales, so the Sydney state, is that when new technologies such as drones or body-worn cameras are going to be rolled out by police organisations, they undertake an evaluation and survey with the community. So what is the community's perception about this new technology? How do they feel about it? And importantly, do they have anything to offer? Because quite often, we've learnt, and I know that Dubai Police has had this experience also, that it's actually little gems of information that come from the community that really help escalate the preparedness of our police force. So I think that it's about that communication link. It's about being very open and transparent. Of course, there is a line to be drawn. We do not want to indicate to the criminal fraternity how we're actually going about business. So, with respect, there's a line to be drawn. But I think that there's certainly enough of what police do that can be used to build that trust with the community. And it might not always be in simulation or in digital twins. It might be in the reality of the moment. So all of you sitting here will have had experiences or know of situations that police have had to handle in the moment, made those rapid decisions in very high stakes, high risk situations. Fortunately, in many cases, they've been successful. And so the public then build their trust within the police. Those sorts of situations, though, we often in the police and law enforcement training community, we take those situations, we simulate them back in the academies or in the training environments to build on the preparedness and build on those best practice situations and strategies.
Thank you very much. I think with the way Dubai Police looks at public perception and the way Dubai Police also operates within what the community requires and what the community feels, we do a lot of simulations as well. I think a lot of people here are familiar with Dubai Police's SWAT challenge, where we do show a lot of our SWAT capabilities and also invite different policing entities to join in with us for the SWAT challenge. It's public engagement as well. We really care about the public engagement because we think that the community is one of our strongest tools. And I'm going to speak specifically about our drone operations as a whole. It is very interesting to have sensors that are deployed to be able to detect drones, but one very important sensor that we utilize is the public. And the public are consistently reporting drones to us whenever they feel that, is this drone, for example, authorized to be there? Is this drone potentially a threat? Is this drone potentially unauthorized? And that information to us is very valuable. And we do take that into our ability to respond and our ability to conduct the operations and our ability to conduct our role as securing the sky. But with drones, with a lot of this tech, it's uncharted territory to a lot of people, and understanding all of the assets and the resources we have available to us is kind of hard. And understanding the capabilities is also kind of hard, especially with tech such as drones, for example, that is consistently changing. Every year we have a new type of technology implemented alongside drones to be able, that basically changes drones as a whole. And we see this a lot with a lot of similar emerging technologies. And I wanted to ask you guys this question specifically. So many agencies are still exploring this uncharted territory, and they're in the early stages of adoption. So what would you advise them to build a realistic roadmap to integrating digital twins, drones, or any upcoming future technologies? What would be the key elements that you'd ask for them to keep in mind as they're building their futures?
If I look at it from the counter-drone perspective, because on the drone perspective, I'm not really involved in that, but if I look at it at the counter-drone perspective, I think understanding the networks, understanding how the adversary operates, how they procure, test, evaluate capability, then matching that with your technology, your capability development, your roadmap, and then practice, awareness, preparing not just your specialists, but those people that aren't specialists to understand the pros and cons of the drone threat. Doing that in a coordinated manner is the start point. And you know, we're speaking here at a global summit. Dubai Police are way ahead of most of the people in the world. So a lot of the things that I'm talking about, you're already doing, but there are lots of nations that are not doing that yet. So understanding those vulnerabilities, understanding the capability, understanding the methodology of the perpetrator, and what the potential outcomes are of different types of devices is key.
You said something that I think is quite interesting. You said not only to focus on the specialists, but also to raise awareness and focus on the non-specialists as well. And why do you think that that is important for enabling the technology?
Well, I think some of it is typically the people that encounter drones at the initial first response point aren't specialists. They're the public. They're someone at an airport that sees something. There may be technology, but the majority of Dubai, I'd imagine, hasn't got counter-drone technology looking for things. So the first people that are going to respond to someone who's got a drone potentially is a member of the public, a security staff, someone who works in the airport, and then they've then got to engage the authorities to have the counter-drone response. You know, you said about the public, you being calling in. Well, if you have a very rapid reaction time for a bad actor with a drone, you know, that ability for someone in a police control centre to be able to rapidly engage with the teams that can respond with the technology is key. So that awareness, those communications, that you know, making the public aware, as the doctor said here, making the public aware of what they can do, what they should be doing, is key, because it's too big. You know, you can't put sensors everywhere, you can't put effectors everywhere, but also having the knowledge of what you're then going to do when you encounter a drone, and whether that's a member of the public, what they should do, particularly if there's a key public event or a major event, what does a member of the public do, but also what happens if you point an effector at a drone that's got a dangerous payload on, what's that going to do and how are you going to react with that? Because again, you know, if that's got an explosive payload on and you point your drone detector on it and it comes down to this area, it may well be someone else's responsibility to mitigate that problem that's just, you know, running out of battery and about to land. So it's that whole understanding of all the people that play and how you join that up from a command and control perspective is key. But certainly awareness of the public, and you know, we all know that the public are worried about drones. You know, wherever you go, the public are really concerned about drones and tend to panic if they see drones. So if you fly a drone into a sporting event or a concert, people panic. That's the first thing that they do because they think the worst about things. So that public awareness and understanding of what the capability is key. But really, most important thing is how you communicate those alerts from multiple sources, and then do something actionable in the right time.
And Doctor, I understand that you have a background in training specifically, and especially with your understanding of a lot of this modern technology. Do you focus your training specifically on the specialist as well, or do you also focus on the non-specialists and to aim to enable technology as a whole?
Absolutely, inclusion of the non-specialist. And it's also about recognising that as each graduation class of police officers, wherever they may be, emerges, they are probably more closely aligned to AI, more closely aligned to technology. They're growing up as digital natives, if anybody's used to that term. And we need to prepare our young officers that are coming through to understand what the world of policing looks like when they graduate, because we've heard a lot about this yesterday, about the future of police and law enforcement of officers, and how the world of AI may or may not change that, and what we need to do in order to prepare our recruits. Interestingly, they are very receptive to this type of information as well. And also, when we're training our police officers, bringing in all of this modern technology and an understanding of it. So it's not necessarily that they have to be experts in it, but they need to understand how does it fit into the whole of policing, so that when they go out onto operational duties, they have some awareness of, for example, where drone technology fits into crime investigation, where drone technology fits into keeping the public safe, etc. Where does artificial intelligence fit within our new sort of sphere of doing business as police and law enforcement agencies? We know that the fundamental role of police officers is not going to change. It's there to protect the community, to protect lives and to protect property. The fundamental way of investigating crimes, for example, is still going to be there. But what's going to happen is it's going to be aided by artificial intelligence. It's going to be aided by technologies such as drones and body-worn cameras. So I think that's probably where we situate it.
Thank you very much for that, Doctor. Honestly, it's been very interesting talking to you guys and getting the opportunity to pick your brains on these topics. And I appreciate the input that you guys have provided, and I'd like to thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I would like to give another applause to our speakers who concluded this session. And I would like to say thank you all for joining us today. We look forward to host you next year in our future edition, where we can discuss the aviation security in more details. And I would like to give a great applause to the attendees who have stayed with us until this moment. Thank you all.